Drone will be secured at least by Peter. The
What?
from afar, the time ends up losing his life, and Triple G just faints in forward.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and we are back for another Free Fire World Series action for Southeast Asia. And this is day 13 of the knockout stage broadcast. And a lot of people say 13 is an unlucky number, but this is not just about this competition. There's not so much of luck involved. It's more about the grit as well as the skills that they have to get that booyah. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ, and we will be the voices that you will be hearing all throughout this series.
I'll tell you who's lucky, man. All of the teams in Group A as well as B, because they don't need to continuously deal with a team that runs away with booyah after booyah. I mean, we're talking about Buriram United Esports here. Last week, week number 4, 10 booyahs out of 12 games played. Now, if you are in Group C, you are in the same group with Buriram, and if they continue to run rampant like that, I don't think you're ever going to get that MVP prize, because you're never going to get the MVP slot because they keep grabbing the booyahs.
Exactly. I mean, they're just making sure that other teams are not catching up. And all I can say about last week is, bro. Bro with a capital B-R-U.
Amen. Amen, right? But of course, today the focus is going to be on Groups A as well as B. We can leave Buriram and Group C aside for a little bit here, Neptune. We've got EVOS Divine, a team that, performed tremendously well on day 2 of last week. We saw the rise of the Indonesians, but of course, when Group C came back into play, they couldn't make a mad dash for the top again. And in fact, nobody could make a mad dash for the top last week because of Buriram on days number 2 and 3. Fingers crossed it's not like that today, right? I mean, not every day is Sunday. In fact, Sunday is only one day out of 7 days. Not every day is Sunday, and hopefully it's not like that for Buriram, because if they come back and they do the exact same thing, I don't know what to say. I mean, they are already 251 points clear at the top of the table on that number 1 spot. I mean, here's how you know that you are damn good in the competition. When you're not even playing and the casters are still talking about you, because they have been the highlight of highlights of our competition thus far.
I mean, definitely. I mean, they've already broken records. They've set records as well. They are setting standards in not just this level, not just in the Southeast Asia, but also in other regions. And they're just showing up. They want to show up that on the next matches that they will have, or probably after the knockout stage, onto the finals, they can bring a lot more, because they're pulling out all the cards, but they haven't pulled out the Joker just yet.
Dude, if they haven't even pulled out the Joker just yet, and this is their level, I don't know what can stop them when we get to the grand finals, right? I mean, the other teams just have to hope and pray to whichever god they pray to, that on the day of the the point rush as well as the grand finals day itself, Buriram somehow stumbles. On that day, maybe their fingers sweat a little bit more, the phone slips out of their hand and falls in the toilet or something. I don't know. Whatever it is they want to wish for, if they don't get it, Buriram's going to run away with the tournament. They're going to run away with the championship. They're going to run away with 100,000 US dollars. And that's exactly why the tournament format is pretty wacky this time around, right? We've had a setup of 6 weeks, 6 solid weeks of the group stages, the knockout stages, and we are currently on the first day of the 5th week. This is May the 3rd. We've got 4th as well as 5th, Saturday and Sunday to play for, tomorrow and day after, and then one final week of play in the knockout stages where the top 12 teams will qualify for the play-ins as well as the grand finals.
Yeah, and this is the main reason, as you mentioned, why some of the teams are just doing their best, especially for Burritom United, because that 100,000 US dollars on the line for the grand finals, and we're talking about the grand finals. But for those who are or who will be left behind, I mean, they won't be going out empty-handed because they will still have 3,000 US dollars from those placed 13 to 18. Those who will not be moving into the grand finals.
Dude, I so wish my fingers were fresh and flexible and I can be a pro player, man. I mean, you walk away and you barely even scratch the surface of the top 12. You still get 3,000 US dollars for your team. I think that's a lot of money. You gotta love Garena Free Fire for that. But of course, this is the cardinal rule of Free Fire, the point system. You hit that booyah, you walk away with 12 points. And of course, slightly lesser for each and every single consecutive spot. 11th and 12th place, on the other hand, gets you absolutely no placement points at all. But you can buffer yourself up with all of those eliminations, which are much more easier in the current meta.
And if in the case there will be any tie that will be happening, we still have rules set on that. So that will be dependent on the number of booyahs, the total elimination that will follow, as well as the survival rank. So it's multiple levels of tiebreakers that we have right now. And I love how this is being prepared all throughout. I mean, it's not on the fly. They have it already set. At least everyone, even the viewers out there, knows what will happen if in case the rankings, the standings will show a tie.
And these are the list of teams, Group A, B, as well as C. So Group C will be resting today. They'll be in participation tomorrow. So Groups A and B, they'll go up head-to-head against each other. And of course, we are going to be taking our scopes and putting it onto teams like Reverse Red, who usually start the day off hot. Reverse Red is on the journey to chase Team Falcons, who are also going to be playing. They are in Group A. So it's going to be a big battle between the two Thai teams in two different groups.
Yeah, I mean, the 56-point difference is easy to achieve, especially from these teams, because they've shown it already from the previous week. But as mentioned by the Mustachio AJ, these are the groups that we have right now. It's a combination of coming from all these regions, but we have set our eyes already for those trying and doing their best to catch up to that #1 spot. And when I say catch up, I mean, there's a lot of running that needs to be done.
Of course, and down at the bottom as well, it is a battle for the top 12. So teams like Heavy from Group B as well as God of Wolf, they really need a hustle today. We know both of these teams are capable of pulling booyahs for themselves. The only problem is consistency. Their gunfights are not as solid as the teams that are currently lingering around in the top 12. This is Group A. You've got GOW in there, Team Flash, Indostars, EVOS, Falcon, as well as Expand. And speaking of Expand, there's a team that has been playing around the mid-tier for quite a while now. I want to see some movements from the Malaysian squad today.
Yeah, definitely. And you did mention about Heavy, who's very, very close to get that top 12. We have PE Sports, who's also in the balance. RRQ Kazu, who's somewhat close. I mean, the first teams that we have right now is just in there, about to cross up and down on the top 12. And for Homebois, well, it's a long journey for them, especially as they are at the bottom of our rankings.
Yeah. Thankfully, they're just playing in Malaysia, so they don't need to travel back home too far or too long. It's just a good walk back. But jokes aside, Stalwart Esports, they are not the dominators of the competition thus far, currently sitting down in the 4th spot. But the kind of stats that they do rack up on their side, even though, Buriram kind of like overshadows them in terms of overall performance, Stalwart is still a very, very strong team, especially a player like Dew. If you find him outside on the battlefield with his sniper, you either take cover or you run for your life. Glue walls, even glue walls cannot help you. He brings in the Iris. He's most of the time got the M82B. He's going to tag you up and he's going to absolutely wreck you. Hence why, of course, you've got the numbers stacked here in terms of the eliminations and the headshots.
Yeah, Evo's Divine has also shown a lot of potentials in games just like this. Like eliminations, they are currently in 7.2. They are 6th in that number, and the damage is much, but they need to be consistent, similar to the other teams that we've been talking about. I mean, it's good that you can stay in the top 12 to head to the grand finals, but it's also showing that there's a few of those weaknesses that can be exploited by the other teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, they're pretty consistent all across the board as well. If you saw earlier, their stats in terms of headshots, in terms of damage, they're 6th on every single stat, except when we get over to this page. Headshots in the 13th spot is Ray with the 2.2 eliminations, which is pretty high in the overall grand scheme of things. And his character that he loves to buzz around out there on the battlefield, Tatsuya, even though the nerf came in, it does not deter these players from bringing him in.
Yeah, and for the head-to-head, we have Do and Ray right now. I mean, it's pretty close between these two players, and I'm pretty sure with the rest that they have, the homework that they've done, they can perform a lot more with what has been set by the other teams. And this is back to Bermuda United. There's a lot of things that they can be doing right now that they can copy from those teams. So it's how they do those homework. And as we look at their head-to-head in terms of performance, Stalwart Esports, as you did mention, they have a lot more in terms of elimination. Even assist is quite high for this team. So this really shows that Stalwart Esports are on their way to that second or probably third spot in the standings.
Absolutely, man. Of course, in the overall grand scheme of things, Esports Divine is just 20 points behind Stalwart Esports, and where the biggest difference in terms of points comes from is from all of those eliminations, right? There's 17 eliminations behind Stalwart, but they're 3 points ahead when it comes to the placements. So we do know that Esports Divine is a team that is very adept in finding that final circle, but can they actually engage and maintain that consistency to constantly get into that final circle? We saw their weakness last week, rushing in to get into battles didn't really fare them well. But of course, we want to take a look at the top 3 used characters, and I'm a little salty that we have not reset the numbers on these active skills just yet, because the meta was changed when you took that 2-week break, and the numbers have been stacked already with these characters. So we're definitely not going to see a very big change anytime soon.
Yeah, pretty much like if it doesn't reset, we won't be able to identify really who will be the most used in this week's and the weeks coming forward. But Andrew Awaken is still in there. I mean, there's a lot of potential with this characters being used. Not only that, the pets is more visible into the games because of the visibility that they can provide all throughout the matches.
Absolutely. And of course, the main reason why we show you all of these graphics is to make sure that you know exactly what sort of skill, active and passive skill, alongside the pets that you can bring into your own matches to make a huge difference for yourself. Even though the meta has been rocked quite a little bit, I don't really think, of course, those active and passive skills will have huge changes in them. You're still going to bring in your Awaken Andrew. You're still going to bring in your Nairi with his Ice Iron, the capability to give you that extra bit of, recovery on your damage for all of your glue walls, as well as that HP top up that you get in those matches is pretty priceless.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is what they need really for this battle that we have up ahead. Again, we have the usual maps that we had in front of you: Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, and Nextera. And what throws a lot of teams off is that game number 6 map, because it will be a random map, and if you are favoring just one or probably 2 maps, then you might be able to get a few more. But it doesn't show for the other teams. They are very proficient in more in playing well in more than 2 maps.
Top 3 teams on Bermuda: Reverse Red, Expand, as well as Buriram United Esports. But Buriram's not going to be playing today, so Indostars will take their spot. And if you compare the top 3 teams, Expand has got no Booyahs on this map. Reverse Red as well as Indostars, they have 2 each. So there is a big potential here for the Indonesian squad to make a strong comeback. We did highlight Reverse Red earlier on as well, speaking of how they would love to catch up with Team Falcons, who are in Group A. So there's a lot to expect from these teams. I also wanted to see some movements from Expand, but I hope it's not a negative movement, because they are being pursued right now by, well, thankfully Onyx Olympus, who are in Group C, but RRQ Kazu, we know they've got the fire in them and they will be looking for the top spot eventually. But whether they have enough consistency to dethrone Expand today, it's going to take a monumental shocker for everyone, as well as massive number of points for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good to point out as well those who will now be playing and had potential to catch up, because they really need to gather all the points. Make sure that the lead is enough so that when they rest, they will not be toppled onto their placement. So that's a lot to ask for these players, but I'm pretty sure they can do it. They've shown it so much in the previous weeks, but with domination being done by the other teams, I mean, it's easy to be demotivated knowing that you can be thrown off from your stage, from your placement, once you have rested.
And the saving grace here is everybody acknowledges, as long as you're not fighting for the top 12, everybody else is just scrimming. These are like pro scrims set up by the official, publisher of the game itself, right? Garena. And you don't need to go and look for opponents. You get to sit down in a LAN setting amongst your own countrymen, and you get to go out here and battle across Southeast Asia against the best of the best, the creme de la creme of Free Fire squads, to sharpen your skills, not just for the grand finals, but potentially for stages that are coming up as well. You've got the Esports World Cup that's coming up in Riyadh. You've also got the World Series that's not too far around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of practice involved, especially if you reach that level. And for these teams, I mean, couldn't agree more. They can use different tactics. They can use even different characters based on the current meta that we have. And as long as they're not risking their spot in the top 12, they are all good in the hood.
Absolutely, man. Of course, there is quite a bit of work here to be done by a couple of teams. We are talking about Team Falcon. I guess the hope is not dead for them just yet. They've got 2 weeks to catch up with Buriram United Esports, and today Buriram's not going to be playing, so Falcons can try to slice down the distance between themselves as well as Buriram. And when they do have the combination of Group A versus C, they're going to have to try their best to take on Buriram head on. I mean, perhaps even a couple of hot drops. Well, although you'll have to be absolutely insane to try that with Buriram. But you never know, man. If you don't test it out now, when else are you going to test it? Because technically, we don't have a prize pool, if you're in the top 12, for the knockout stages. So even if you do falter just a little bit, you lose your ranks a little bit, it's just some flexing power that you have over the other teams. No real repercussions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have a decent amount of a lead already for those following them, so they can do just the same. And I guess we are ready to go into the battle, and let's get it on.
Oh, yeah, baby, let's go. It is going to be, of course, Bermuda as we hop on in for game number 1 today. And the first and foremost thing we will all need to note is whether or not the flight path is kind to teams. Whether or not the flight path itself is going to be sabotaging some of these plans here and forcing teams to take hot drops against each other. But no, we're going to start the day off with a super kind flight path. It is going to cut all the way down the middle of the map, heading towards Sentosa, opening up every single location here for the teams to take a pick. So if you're still going to take a hot drop in week 5, I'll have big questions.
The thing is, like, I was hoping, when you did mention about the flight path, I was hoping to have a terrible flight path. I mean, it forces the team to go into one area of the map that they're not intending to, and like, we can see early engagement, we can see what they have to do, and I guess it's more of how they can fare with other teams that they're not expecting overall. But as you can see, a lot of engagement already happening, especially for the side of our RQ. Kazo Razor has been cut, and Heavy right now is in the point.
Yeah, this is a very big fight for Heavy here. They are currently not in the top 12. They are sitting in the 13th spot, 30 points away from PE Sports, the other Vietnamese squad, who are currently sitting down in 12th. If they can wipe out RRQ, they not only will be helping themselves jump into the top 12, but they'll also be helping out their brothers PE Sports to catch up. And PE Sports was only 2 points behind RRQ. So this is a very big fight here for the Indonesian squad. And Han just could not sustain. The MAC-10 was there, but Han took the quick backstab. Legaloth has already hightailed it out of the location. He does not want to be a part of it. And all can thank the pocket market for those revivals that will be coming through in a bit.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen knockdowns and eliminations being done already. They've done 2 already before that knockdown, and that's just about it. I mean, I'm out right here. Well, I'm all out of resources. It's time for me to gather a few more and then bring back teammates later. And there you have it. Revival has been put up. It's time for them to do the reset. Indostars, on the other hand, is just looting free. There's no contention to where they drop right now, and we are not seeing anyone as well on the map.
The king of eliminations thus far is Kabi from Heavy. He doesn't really enjoy the spotlight in this manner all the time. It's a very early game, so let him have his spotlight for a little bit before, of course, it gets ripped away. I'm just wondering exactly who it is going to be ripping it away, because last week, I believe on day 3 of week 4, we saw the MVP for the highest elimination within the lobby just change from team to team, and the team that was taking it usually wiped out the team that previously had it. So I wonder if that fate will befall Kabi here.
The curse of the highest elimination. I mean, once you take that treasure, I mean, it's very difficult to hold on to it. And let's see if that will happen at this moment. And we are seeing a battle 18D right now, not really counting so much of the Deers. Need to count how many enemies is in front and as well as in the back. Cold Shield, on the other hand, go in for the rush on fire, and On Fire just says, I'm gonna run out of here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And On Fire is, of course, making the right decision here because backup is a tad bit too far away. Cougar, in the nick of time, manages to back him up, grenade in hand, but neither one of those players take a bite out of that apple. Kochil with the AC-80. Tries for a quick, cheeky little shot, spots out two players, and now he's on the back foot, but he's already tucked in a little tight corner here. The A124 has been popped. In the meantime, Homebois, we're talking about how it won't take long for them to travel back home, and it looks like they're going to be sent right back out of the lobby in a couple of moments here. One final survivor over for the Malaysian squad. They'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. In the meantime, IDS have already lost Kochil already, and the 1v1 between Lim and Peter both have the same gun, and Peter with the 180 drops Lim and Indostars in the back foot now.
And there you have it. Kochil is back. A huge potential for Indostar to bring back their teammates. Raz really needs a lot more in here. And there you have it. Payment has been paid. And let's see on how they can battle it on against those who brought them down. Evos, on the other hand, is pretty much in a good situation right now. But they need to move. They have plenty of time right now for them to move in onto the next part of the circle. And there's not so much of contention that might be happening in a few minutes.
Plantation. And this seems to be a very safe play coming through from EOS Divine. They just want to move towards the very edges of the circle, try to gatekeep anyone that's coming on their way in. At the same time, kind of move very, very slowly around the safe zone, as they don't really want to be in the middle of all of that heated battle, right? I think they've learned their lesson already from last week, where they were rushing for points early game. And they did manage to get a couple of eliminations, but very unsustainable play for not just EVOS Divine, but both the Indonesian teams who were trying for the exact same strategy, right? Indostars faced the exact same fate as well.
Yeah, probably it's just them doing what we were talking about earlier, trying new things, new tactics that they can pull out, and there's not so much of a risk for them unless really they have been pushed down very, very close to that top 12, and they still have to play 2 more weeks of the knockout stage. Now, EVOS Divine had 1 elimination. That's Aim God. We don't have any view, or probably it's coming from Xpan, who's just moving up high in the mountains right now and trying to run, and also being hung dry as they will be left with 1 less player.
EVOS already spotted out the Xpan players already, but they're not going in for the pursuit. So as anticipated here, the Indonesians trying to stay super quiet until they get in deeper into these circles. Xpan, on the other hand, moving away from EVOS Divine, but straight into a little bit of a bigger squad here. Reverse Red on standby at middle. They already have a good defensive spot locked down. If Xpan makes 1 mistake, they are going to be sitting ducks as they make their way down the hill.
Yeah, let's see. And speaking of down the hill, we have GOW down the hill just below Heavy, and with this drop, let's see on how well they can fight back against this team. Though their compound is being taken by GOW right now, but as you can see, they have more in terms of artillery, but P Sports right behind them. On the other side, Reverse Red in the battle, Diamond goes down. Let's see if the pickup can be done.
Yeah, Faiz with a fantastic knock, but is Diamond going to get picked right back up here? Crime has been traded back out. In the meantime, Diamond gets picked up. Xroy down. Xpan getting snuffed out one after the other. This is very risky now for the squad. Saming circling around with the Trogon, and he's just going to back away from all of this heavy engagements as Xpan loses player after player. It's the final one, and that's about it. Xpan out in 12th spot.
That is an easy takedown. It has been done on Xpan. Let's see if Heavy will also see the same story. We only have 2 more in there. And earlier we saw one from GOW take himself out with a grenade launcher. But Kabi right now trying to fire back. There goes the nade. Shotgun will not be forced onto Kabi because of the glue wall. And there goes the takedown against Hans as well. Now, let's see if the pickup will be done. And Iza trying to go for the health. Rip! No RIP for him just yet.
No RIP just yet. Both teams trying to get into the top 12, and Kabi spots an RIP flying up in the air, but unfortunately just could not spray him down. Now he's got the mini Uzi going up against Iza, M1887. It is a 2v1. Hans backs him up as well. RIP goes down, but the barricade of glue walls just keeps Iza protected, and fantastically done from Jonah on the flip side of things. GOW bites the dust in 11.
good reversal being done by Heavy. I mean, they were down in the dumps in the numbers as well in the battle, but GOW, the ones who went out of lobby. Reverse Red is trying to reverse the situation as well. It is a 4v4 situation against Team Flash, but as you can see, they are taking the 1v1s to their side. Artemis goes down into the battle, and here comes the chase. Explosive for the rush and for the hit, and it is just Reverse Red all around.
As anticipated, Neptune Reverse Red is on fire. They are hot and they are striking when that blade is still hot as well. They want to grab as many points as possible before, of course, the party poopers, Buriram, come back in here and steal away 10 booyahs from 12 games. They don't want that. They want to pull a Buriram off here today itself, but of course, history will tell us that Reverse Red is not as consistent as the team that is currently leading the overall leaderboards with 251 points in terms of advantage against Team Falcons. Against Reverse Red, I believe there's around 300 points. So that team's in a league of their own.
Yeah, I mean, 56 points that they need to be able to catch up against Team Falcons, but we have Indostars right now doing a story of their own. They are going in for the rush into the corners. They are being pushed, but with the glue walls barricading them, it's very difficult to go for the rush. Raz goes down, and 18 Deer is trying for dear life to go for the battle. Oh, Nero almost went down. The glue wall saves him, and 18 Deer is still in the fight. Goes down, and Liam is the only one left.
Well, PE Sports just absolutely toasted Indostars, and Wang An sniped from afar. That was the winner in terms of that engagement, because we saw an almost potential there for Indostars to sneak away, and they technically just needed 5 seconds of time. They would have been able to at least buy back one player through the pocket market, but PE Sports just gave them no time whatsoever. A little bit of a drastic change in terms of perspective as well as strategies needed for the Indonesians, because they were focusing on recovering that battle instead of going for that revive, which is technically your insurance policy.
Yeah, I mean, the revive is much quicker, but there's a lot of risk involved as well. I mean, your teammates will be coming back with nothing in their hands, and if in case they're very, very close, it can add up to the elimination against them. So, as we can see, there's a lot of decision-making that needs to be done, but at that moment, crucial moments, I mean, it needs to be the right decision.
As the circle continues to close in on everyone, 3 more seconds left. As we head on into circle number 4, quite a number of teams. In fact, everybody except RRQ is outside of the next safe zone. So this circle is going to be forcing a lot of movements, which also equals chaos. EVOS Divine gets a good scan on the team towards their left. I did not take note of that icon, but you know, Divine now is either going to go for a very quick ambush, as they know a couple of squad members are rotating in towards the circle. They can kind of cut off their rotation. Alternatively, they could just take the long way around and just avoid more fights.
Yeah, I mean, looking back onto that map, I mean, a lot of open engagement might be happening later, and that is happening in a few seconds when the circle will be closing. And this is what Stalwart Esports is trying to do. They've already spotted a few, and Luffy right now, what a hit! Doing the do that he had to do, and there you have it, a takedown as easy as 1, 2, 3.
First of all, I'm very surprised that Homebois are still alive, but they are hitting revive after revive, and they're just feeding the lobby. Everybody that comes back in, they're just dropping like flies. Just like what you said, Neptune, even if you come back, you're pretty much empty-handed. Yes, you get to bring in 50% of your coins, but there's barely anything out there, right? But of course, continuing with the battle here, it's going to be the Falcons this time around, going up against Heavy. Kabi down on the ground already, on fire, backing away from everyone. It's got the Bison in hands, and Jonah just popping all of those grenades from afar, but on fire with the Bison, and he pushes away on fire. Jonah with a very smart play through the grenade launcher, but everybody else getting their glue walls shut down here by Falcon. Peter and on fire, the only two hanging on. Peter's gonna be the last guy, and this might just be the end of Falcon. I cannot believe this is Team Heavy pulling all of these shots off.
Well, let's see if Peter can open in Heaven's Gate right now. St. Peter onto the rescue against 3, if not 2, of Heavy. There goes a hit. Peter tries to go for the smash, and Peter goes down. And there you have it. Falcons will be flying out.
Heavy on a power start of the day. 11 eliminations, shutting down the number 2 squad of the overall leaderboard, Team Falcons themselves. This is the fire. This is the spirit of the Vietnamese squad. They for sure should be able to breach the top 12 here if, of course, they can manage to get the booyah as well after the phenomenal performance they've started off the day with. He was divine. I don't know if this is a great idea. They are approaching one of the deadliest ones, and Explosy shut down instantaneously. Aim God with the approach on the Trogon. But of course, they need to do that 2 times more to Boonjame as well as Diamond. Saming from the back. M82 backs away. A sliver of health, and he goes down as well. I don't even know who took that shot.
Saming, it is 2 Rain back in as well, trying to go in for the backstab, and only Ray remains. It has been reversed. Oh my goodness, Reverse
God.
Red is still alive.
This is insanity. At one point of time, 3 players on the side of Reverse Red on the ground, almost wiped out. Saming picks himself right back up, gets the reversal in there. 16 eliminations strong. I mean, clearly Reverse Red is happy that Falcons are out already, and 56 points to catch up should not be much of a problem if they can keep this up 2 games back to back. With Falcons now not in the race within Bermuda, obviously this job has just gotten so much more easier for the team of Reverse Red. Now, a couple of boosts up the wall. Esports playing with fire here as the safe zone squeezing them against that wall.
I mean, there's literally no way out that they will not be spotted by the teams. RRQ, Kazu is very close, and we also have Do on the snipes right now. Heavy has been taken out of the battle, and we are left with 4. Good high spot, though, for Stalwart Esports, but for how long? And Diamond right now going in for the 4 to go a little bit too close against RRQ. Kazu 1v4, but Diamond says, oh, I can do it.
Yeah, double ice grenade tossed on in there just to tease the players just a tad bit more. Glue wall melter. I'm not really understanding that move there because they can't even see those glue walls in the first place. A little premature from Reverse Red. At this moment, they're just chucking everything, including the kitchen sink at RRQ.
Yeah, let's see what else they can throw. Probably RQ themselves can be thrown onto themselves. But RQ is in the middle against PE Sports as well as Reverse Red. And it's not so much of a good rotation being done by RRQ. There's no way to rotate. Stalwart Esports even had a high ground, but Reverse Red is not being targeted at all. It's just those in front. And PE Sports LBT trying to smash through the walls, and he did as well. Go in for the takedown.
Heavy work by Heavy has been undone by PE Sports and their phenomenal play. Not as many eliminations, but they're still alive and kicking, so those placement points are going to come in very handy. Stalwart now going in for the wipeout. Looks like Reverse Red can no longer hang with them. Stalwart looking for the booyah, but they have to battle against the Vietnamese squad who have that high ground advantage. The circle's going to squeeze them in unless, of course, they get the job done right now. Do you want the right-hand side flank? M1887, Hawang on with the AWM mini Uzi switched out. You got to turn around, son. Stop meets him halfway. It's a 2v1. He goes down. LBT narrow stabbed from the back as well. And I believe this could just be all over Neptune as Stalwart wipes out 3 players.
And there you have it. GGWP at this point. Stalwart Esports with 4-man strong taking that booyah.
Oh, this is just the perfect example of how getting aggressive early game is not going to fare well for you at all in terms of looking for the booyah. But if the booyah is not your intention, if getting the MVP title for one of your players to fight for the $4,000 which is probably already reserved by one of the Buriram players, it's not your intention, then of course what you did as Reverse Red is really going to benefit you in the overall leaderboard of this Bermuda map, right? But of course, Stalwart Esports, they add on yet another booyah to their list of ones already existing for a total of 8 thus far in the knockout stage.
And with this, it can cut down, and I say it can, but not that much, the lead that Reverse Red had on them. But we saw how many eliminations that has been done by Reverse Red, so it might not be that much, and it won't be surprised as well. And later, when we see the match standings, Reverse Red might be on top despite of Stalwart Esports taking the booyah because of all the eliminations that they have done so far. In terms of the difference between these two, it's around 50, if not like 40 plus on difference in the points that they have, 52 that they have to be exact, and that is what they need to catch up on to take over that number 3 spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, there was a little bit of a difference in terms of the points picked up here, but mainly what Stalwart has done is not cut the points down, but make sure reverse red does not run too far away from them, right? Because we saw, like you just said, massive number of eliminations picked up by reverse red. They also had a very good placement at the overall grand scheme of things to walk away with some decent placement points from the lobby itself. So they have managed to negate all of the positives that reverse red has brought in, and they're still hanging on. But Stalwart needs to find a way or by some miracle to end the run of reverse red a little bit earlier, or just like what Buriram usually does in these lobbies, they're just going to steal those eliminations, those points away.
Yeah, I mean, they have the capability, especially in long range, but it's easier said than done, especially with a lot of teams trying to flank you from behind. Even if you take the high ground, there's still a flank that might be happening, and you might be the ones going down. But the highlight overall comes down to this final moment. I mean, the decision that has been done by Stalwart Esports to stay back, that led them to take that booyah in this battle. Everyone else is just battling until they lost lives, and lo and behold, they grab it with a 4-man strong team.
And of course, this was one of the biggest fight for Stalwart. They were putting a quick stop to reverse red and their rampage. Because can you imagine if it was reverse red that survived that onslaught, picked up the eliminations on PE Esports as well as the booyah? Of course, the journey would have gotten much more difficult for Stalwart Esports. But either way, this is just the Thai teams playing with each other at the top of the overall leaderboard, right? I mean, even if we do see some movements here, it's still going to be Thailand, 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 Thailand.
And I mean, that makes it be hot for this battle, but we're going to hear a little bit of the sides of the winners. So let's break in over the interview and let's see what they have to say.
Yay! Come back to the interview session with us นะคะ and this is Bill from Stalwart Esports นั่นเองค่ะ Yay! So the first question is, I can see that you came back this week with the same and the oldest lineup. Why?
จากที่ผ่านมาวันนี้ค่ะเรากลับมาใช้ไลน์อัพเดิมทำไมคะ
เพราะว่าคะแนนไม่ดีครับก็เลยกลับมาแล้วเดิม
because we didn't perform well so that's why we bring back the old lineup
Any reason?
มีเหตุผลอะไรนอกจากนั้นอีกไหม
More.
เพราะว่าผมขี้เกียจเล่นเกมครับ
because I'm lazy to call game and lead the team
Oh, so you can focus just only your duty and they can manage themselves.
ก็คือจะได้โฟกัสแค่แบบว่าเป็นมือสไนให้คนอื่นจัดการตัวเอง
ช่วยจะได้แบบช่วยเสริมครับช่วยเสริมไม่ชอบบอกความคิดเห็นให้คนอื่นแบบช่วยเสริมนิดๆหน่อยๆครับ
Okay so he doesn't like to lead so it's better that have somebody else to lead and then he just give some like advice
Okay. So what do you think that is the weakest point of your team?
คิดว่าจุดอ่อนของทีมเราคืออะไรคะ
ดาวง่ายครับ
like easy to be cast or easy to guess like somebody can cast your strategy
So can predict what they gonna do next. Okay. And what is the strongest point of your team?
แล้วจุดแข็ง
ไม่มี
nothing
I think actually there is cannot predict not able to predict because they answer like this
ก็คือทีมอื่นอะจับทางเราไม่ได้เพราะตัวเราเองก็ยังไม่รู้ว่าเรามีจุดแข็งอะไร
ใช่ครับใช่
Yeah
ไม่รู้
correct
เลย
Anything you want to say to your fans?
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
รอบเก็บคะแนนพวกทีมผมจะเอาบูย่ามาให้ได้เยอะๆครับเกมที่เหลือ
We will try to achieve a lot of booyah in the knockout stage for the rest of the match that have left.
Good luck with your team and your game that have left. Okay. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
Dude doesn't like to lead. He just likes to shoot everyone out there on the battlefield and pick up eliminations for himself. I mean, this guy is one of the sharpshooters. Of course, not in his prime at the moment. It seems like a couple of those roster changes has affected his rhythm a little bit, but they're slowly but surely finding all of that rhythm right back for themselves.
And it's a good thing that they can make those adjustments as well, because some of the teams has so much pride in their position in the team that they don't want to let go, or they don't want to change their rosters. But it's a good thing that they know it overall, they accept it, and they can make those adjustments. But the MVP right now, as we talked and saw earlier, it is due with 4 eliminations, 4,798 on the damage, 4 on the headshot. So it's pretty much a headshot converted into elimination, and as well as 7 on the knockdowns.
Yeah, insane stuff coming through from Dew. And he, of course, is on a journey to recover a little bit of his momentum out there. But the shots off of that sniper, his main weapon of choice, does not change. That AWM is going to continuously torture everybody out there. And it's a little bit of a different lineup here in terms of the active skills. He brings in the Awaken Alok, and the rest of the players are all running the A124s. Here's the crazy part. You can also get yourself a active skill card from the vending machines for that A124, which means you can pop her skill back to back twice as you get into these battles. So Stalwart is just mainly looking to disable all of their opponents and absolutely win it through those gunfights. And it looks like they have been pretty successful thus far.
Yeah, I mean, with Sypha, with 6 elimination, that approach, that tactic really worked for them. But let's check out the leaders in terms of elimination. We have Sypha with number 1 with that 6 elimination that was shown earlier as well. And tied in 5 elimination is Zamming as well as Tan. And I love how they positioned themselves quite smartly in every engagement that we saw, especially on that bird's eye view that we had earlier. The position is so wide that they can grab so much of elimination. Boon James, though, the aggressiveness that they have, similar to what we've seen from Diamond, added up to so much more. And from the 3 players, that's 15 already from what I counted.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, crazy stuff out of the team of Reverse Red this game. But let's take a look at the key players here as well before we hop on over to the next game, right? LBT with the 7 blue walls destroyed out there. Grenade 6 from Nero, the Grenadier of the knockout stages. I want to see more from PE as well as Nero. But Alif, he had to work overtime this time around. I mean, you know, someone from Homebois is always working overtime with those revives.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that they can work. And if I'm not mistaken, they were around 7 or 6 in the placement. But more points for them. They can survive longer despite of all the risk that we talked about earlier. Trogon takes the spotlight on the top 3 weapons. 16 elimination has been done in that weaponry, and the rest is just there. But when we look at the standings, still, Reverse Red has pulled out the reverse card against Stalwart Esports. They're number 1.
Yeah, I think Reverse Red just needs to share a little bit of their secret with their active and passive skills over with Stalwart, because I'm no Awaken Alok hater, but I just don't see it adding a lot of benefit for the squad, right? At the end of the day, he just gives you the extra bit of boost in speed. It's not a tremendous boost like Tatsuya, so it doesn't really make any high impact difference. It does help you recover a little bit of your HP, but Nairi does the job slightly better, right? But I guess it all stacks up at the end of the day. We just have to see if or not they continue to run this sort of a lineup with their active and passive skills in the next few games to see exactly how that fares for them. But this is the overall leaderboard and how it has not really changed.
Well, we have RRQ Kazu, if I'm not mistaken. They have been pushed down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Yeah,
I mean, they are just in there hanging with, well, there's a huge, well, I would say not huge, but decent amount of lead that they have against Heavy. So that's 23. But if the performance will be the same for Heavy, or probably even better later on, then that will be a chance for them to take that number 12 spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And of course, we saw how strong Heavy started off the day. I'm just a tad bit surprised that they were that aggressive early game, but that came back to bite them at the end of the day, because all of that aggression kind of depleted their resources. You saw them getting into that final engagement pretty dry, right? Very low in terms of lethals. Those grenades were just not on their side. They'd already used up quite a number of them to survive in the onslaught, I believe, against one of the Thai teams, as they were Team Falcons, as they were trying to find that final circle for themselves. So that's just some things that the team needs to keep an eye on. But of course, RNG in a battle royale, you never know when you're going to be forced into a fight.
Yeah, speaking of Falcons, we are about to drop into Purgatory and taking out Bermuda United from the list. They are currently number 1 in terms of this group and this map. So let's see if they'll be able to grab their first booyah in this map. But I don't think they need it that much because they've done so much already in like with second place or even even more eliminations than the other team.
You know you're good when you can be at the very top of this particular grouping on Purgatory, but not have a single booyah to your name, right? But of course, the more proficient one here is actually Stalwart Esports, man. 3 booyahs in Purgatory thus far when groups A and B go up against each other. With Team Falcons not having a booyah to their own name, I'm a little bit worried here for Falcons. Will Stalwart be able to pull a back-to-back booyah here?
Let's see. I mean, it is possible. This is one of their best map, and with 3 booyahs already being done in this map, well, it's just about to be time to be that 4th. But when we look at the flight path, it's geared a little bit to the left, and yes, it is. It's slowly coming true to what I asked for earlier. A terrible drop, or a terrible flight for those who wants to drop into Crossroads, or maybe not Crossroads, but Most House and those from the far north. But as we can see, we are seeing a few of the teams already splitting up. Just make sure that they don't go down easily. And I'm talking about Falcons, who has taken the top spot despite of not getting the booyah.
Expand is going to be dropping at the very edge of Brasilia here with the potential to skirm off against the team of Flash. We will have to see exactly how that fares for them as Reverse Red drops pretty close to the spot of Expand as well. So this is going to be pretty heated in terms of a battle for the Malaysian squad, who did not fare very well on Bermuda, getting eliminated in the 12th spot earlier. We'll catch up with them as we take a peek at Homebois and their scattered drop all over the map. I guess they're just going to play for revives at the start.
Yeah, let's see if they can, or probably avoid to play for revives because all of the risk that is involved. But Evos right now, Good Day is just waiting, having a good day at this point in golf course. And well, let's see if GOW Neo will be able to win that battle on a 1v1.
It is going to be a slow start to Purgatory, and that's a good thing. Purgatory is a huge map. If you're going to have like super early engagements, multiple teams dropping, I'll have a lot of questions for your strategy out there. But of course, you never know when luck might be against you as well. You think of changing a drop spot on week 5 just to experiment on something, and someone or some other team has the exact same idea as well, right? Things can, of course, happen out there. As God of Wolf finds themselves a couple of wolves to hunt down in Evos Divine.
Let's see if they will be like the full moon that can't make them go, or they make them howl. But I can see a little bit of an initial engagement happening from the side, but with 2 players though. I mean, Engod and G'day trying to pinch them. It's more of a scare tactics that is being done right now by Evos Divine against GOW. And as you can see, Isa is just too far behind from this engagement. But Aimgod right now doing a good tactics of distracting them while the backstab is happening, and there you have it. 1v2. Aimgod does really show that he has got aim.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, great use of that portal go, just managing to beam himself across the battlefield, and with the Trogon takes down 2 players back to back, and just like that, Evos Divine 3-0 up against the team of GOW, whose final player has managed to scurry off away to not get taken down so early and potentially earn the team another opportunity through a couple of revives. 18 Deer, a couple of tags on X-Roy, and he backs away. The shotgun in the hands of 18 Deer will not be the best in terms of speed, but in terms of power, you know it's going to get the job done. Mag 7 in the hands of X-Roy, so it's going to be a shotgun battle between them as they meet up in a bit.
Let's see if Dutz will be able to do the work from above. And oh my goodness, the throw has been averted with that glue wall. Dutz needs to reposition, and there you have it. Dutz going in against G'day, and they will not be going down though, but a backstab will not be working for them. It is a hit being done by RQ Kazu. 2 down already, and the pickup will be done onto Razor. And there you have it. 2 eliminations has been done. Onto the other side of map, Expand is in a fight, and X-Roy is already gone down.
Yeah, cannibalistic nature from both of the Indonesian squads, and yet another Indonesian team showing up as well. Indostars, this time going up against Expand, and it looks like back to back to back, they will get those knocks. Raz will be able to trade out Faiz in the meantime, and a quick elimination comes through as well. They go for the chase. In the meantime, RRQ trying to put EVOS Divine down and out of the equation here. And they are just partially successful. No full squad wipeout just yet. And Expand looking to wipe out a team of their own as well. Indostar's Kochil backs away. No medkit in hand. He's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, let's see and how he can survive. But backup is here. Here comes the Kochil rather is going in for the rush, and Kens goes down in that battle. Crime MKS will not be stealing anyone from this game, but X-Roy goes in for the flank, but Raz is not spotted on that backstab, and here comes X-Roy with the shotgun, unable to make that hit.
Yep, Crime, very smart move to jump on off of the assault bunker. And as he backs away, he's going to depend on X-Roy for a little bit here. M1887 in hand, but they trade each other with a double revolver. X-Roy goes down. Crime down on the ground as well. And this is just the end for the two players on the side of Expand. But thankfully, they're not eliminated from the lobby just yet. I believe one player did manage to scurry on away. And he's going to hit this revives for the team for sure.
Yeah, that was just in time that one of the players has been brought back and they can survive later on. But it will be a slowdown for the team of Expand. But there's no slowing down for Peter right now. He goes in for rush, and Heavy will be the target. And there you have it. The rush being done by 3 players against 1. There's no survivor for Hans.
Oh, Heavy this time. No heavy points for them. Instead, just some heavy action against a very heavy adversary. Falcons a little bitter with the fact that they didn't manage to go all the way earlier. And I believe that's a sweet revenge as well, because it was Heavy that took them out of Bermuda. But Homebois now, as they circle around trying to avoid all of the shots from RRQ. They avoid the shots, but they just eat those grenades up, especially the ice grenades. Butterfly with a good revenge here. One shot, no knockdowns just yet. Razor shows up and Butterfly says hello with that headshot. Puts the guy right on the ground. And that's a beautiful start off of Butterfly here.
Yeah, Butterfly right now flying high, and let's see if he can say G to this Paro G. Now, Butterfly still doing the action, and wow! Beats him down! 1 shot, 1 hit! Luffy also goes down, but the pickup has, or the recovery has been done. 3 players from Homebois still in battle. Mal has been spotted, but will not be engaged by Alif just yet. He has no angle to take, and RRQ is just rushing in, throwing everything on him.
Yeah, smart play by RRQ here, sending out the UAV as well. Now they should be able to get the information. Alif spotted out. He gets dropped instantaneously. And RRQ just not wasting any resources there. And all smart use for that extra 1 elimination. They want to stack up their numbers before they get into circle number 3 and 4. But of course, this is the weakness of the Indonesian squad that we saw last week as well. Over-aggression at the start, and they just could not make it to that final circle. I wonder if they have found all of those mistakes that they have made from last week, as well as decided on some adjustments here, because it seems like it's the glue wall. So the timing was just a tad bit off there for Dew, but he was looking for that head. 1 shot would have been more than enough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Dew has that potential of taking them down, but Caramel being melted at this point. Dew trying to fire back, but they need to focus in getting into the blue. Only 1 remaining for Stalwart Esports, but I guess this is a chance for Team Falcons to really show that they are up to take their first booyah in this map. Dew right now is just praying that he will not be spotted.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the guy's broke on top of everything else as well, so revives are just not going to be super easy. But Dew does manage to get 1 player, Coscu, out of the equation in a mini Uzi. That's just insanity. Peter will be that. Dew goes down, but the revival is just not on Dew's side before he got taken down. So Stalwart out in the 11th spot after hitting the booyah earlier. A tad bit disappointing if you're a Stalwart fan, but that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here on the Southeast Asian level. You can be good enough to pick up a booyah and then instantly outed in the very next game.
We have yet to see a team to really go for back-to-back that easily. And as we saw earlier from Stalwart Esports, it's very difficult really to survive in that battle, especially when they were split up, a few of their players being taken by the blue, and there's not so much resources that they have. Thus, the first part, the initial part of this drop really matters to gather all those resources, and then tactics for them or for you to save all of those that you've gathered.
Slay and loot, slay and loot. That's the name of the game here for Reverse Red as they want to stack their numbers up once again. Ken's the final surviving, the newest member of Expand, managing to bring their team members right back in here for another rendezvous against a couple of squads. GOW's Deanne spots out Faiz, and he should be able to, and he does exactly that. GOW's final player out of the equation. Good use of the SMG. Kochil, on the other hand, finds Kens, the reviver of Expand, takes him out of the equation, and Expand has to, once again, double back down in terms of bringing their players back, but whether or not they can find those guns and enough of those free fire coins to survive further in this lobby is going to be the biggest question.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are only on the second phase and going to the third, and it's just very difficult to find a good spot to loot, especially if you are trying to avoid everyone who's already or who might have their eyes on you. But as you can see, with 8 teams remaining, there's a little bit of silence before the storm, and Evo's Divine just trying to find one, but I guess Coscu has found one and tries to get away as he gets hit.
He was looking for the headshot there. No aim assist for you, sir. On fire, on the other hand, Bison. Peter, fantastic footwork around Artemis and Yan Bin, barricades himself in with those glue walls, but the glue wall melters. 3 glue wall melters all around Peter and Coscu. Peter shot from afar. Down he goes. Coscu follows up as well. Cougar M1014. He just rushes into this battle. That's a terrible idea. He's just 1 HP away from getting taken down. On fire needs a little bit more in terms of the medkit in order to be able to survive this battle. Peter back up on his foot as well as Cougar helps him up. And Falcon turning the tide against Team Flash, wiping them out in 8.
What? HP. That is what On Fire doesn't really care about. All he has to go is for the elimination. But in those stars right now, trying to do the same thing. 10 eliminations already onto their side, and they take down Reverse Red. Only casualty was Coachil and has been picked up.
Yeah, that's just insanity, man. And technically, there's not even a opportunity given to Reverse Red to get that elimination point, right? Kochil just got knocked. They instantly backed him up, got those knocks, got those eliminations, picked their buddy right back up to continue their journey in. And look at this. Another Indonesian team. RRQ still in here. Esports Divine still in here. Indonesians really love Purgatory, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they will still love if they face against each other later on. And this is what's happening right now. We have Evo's Divine being chased in by RRQ Kazu. And we've seen this so many times. RRQ Kazu using that portal, go for the rush. Evo's Divine barricade themselves in the compound. They are safe, though, from a few seconds before the zone closes. But Aim God saw Tan in there hiding, and just below the house that RQ said.
Now Evo's Divine outside the circle. 23 seconds to make a decision. Now they better hope and pray one of their players were rich enough to buy a portal goal so that they can quickly reposition, because you know for a fact RRQ is going to try to gatekeep them as much as possible. But if they had a portal goal, beaming themselves across the battlefield should not be too much of an issue. 6 teams still in here. I'll have to wait and see exactly how this move is made by the Indonesian squad. Vita, on the other hand, still going to be chilling like a troll. No bridge here to play under, but he does have this hut in the bridge.
Yeah, it's a good thing that the zone will be closing in against Evo's Divine. Otherwise, Van might be targeted or similar to what we've seen earlier. But Evo's Divine really need to keep their eyes open and ears open as well for those running in. Heavy, on the other hand, needs to cross over. And from what we've seen earlier, I mean, one of the players became the treasurer, gathered all those coins, and got themselves a portal go. But the question is, will they be able to place it well?
Coscu is just giving everybody one bullet. Just focus on one player, Mr. Coscu. He's just wasting those opportunities. He's looking left, he hits one player. He looks right, he hits one player, but nobody's getting knocked down.
I mean, well, accuracy, he's still on point. The knockdowns is really important. Yes, you can hit, but you need to make those knockdowns count. I mean, not only knockdowns, I mean, completely eliminating it. Because the pickup can be done. The resources can be spent by the other teams, making them struggle a little bit.
I guess we understand exactly why he's got 0 eliminations in this match. He just hasn't warmed up his fingers just yet. But of course, we all know Cosq, once he's fully warmed up in those CQCs, he can do some pretty heavy damage. As a sniper from afar, he, of course, is not as deadly just yet in this matchup. As Indostars continue this battle against Falcon from afar. Expand makes the exit in the 5th spot. A little better in terms of performance compared to Bermuda, but still not on their best rhythm just yet, Expand.
Let's see if they can find their rhythm and find their rhyme, because so much more it is a crime if they get away from this battle without taking any elimination. What a nice hit by Dudes right now. And there goes a take by Razor against Aim God. Elimination has been done. So the scale has been put against Evo's Divine, and they have been taken out.
This just 3 Indonesian teams just waltzing on each other, unfortunately. Evo's Divine will not have much of a say as both Indostars and RRQ gang up on them. But now the question is, will Indonesia battle this together and take Falcons out of the equation? This is the strongest team amongst the 3 in this final circle battle. Indostars on the left, RRQ on the right, and in between you've got the Falcons trying their very best to survive this.
It is a difficult position for the Falcons right now. We've seen this happen earlier, and usually the ones in the middle are the ones who first to go down.
Yeah.
There goes the takedown against the Falcons. Pickup has been done. IDS in those stars right now. Cold Chill in trouble with only a few HP. It's a good thing there's a wall between them, but Raz right now doing a cheeky shots from above, and RQ Kazu will be stuck in there as the blue behind him.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now RRQ is outside of this wall. They can't really battle against this blue now. They are in a lot of trouble as they try their very best to boost themselves over. In the meantime, Falcon is barely pulling away any of their attention. This is just 2 teams stuck outside. Falcon has managed to circle on in, but the damage from the blue does with the chase from the back as well, trying to sneak away all of this elimination point. Grenades from the stars of Indostars, and they still have not managed to walk away with the elimination just yet. Here comes that A12 pop as well. Peter goes down. Indostars clean house. 18 eliminations already. It should be 19 as they pick up the booyah for themselves.
I would say the MVP for that, the final battle would be Lean. He stayed back, really didn't let go of position until Falcons goes in. And there you have it. The booyah has been taken. Indostars will grab that. And I would say it's not easy, but they made it look like it.
Oh yeah, absolutely beautiful play by Indostars. And not only did they manage to take the booyah for themselves, they also participated in the execution of Evo's Divine as they were trying to make it into that final circle. Obviously, this puts them at a fantastic spot to overtake Evo's Divine. Massive number of eliminations. In fact, they were 20 points behind Evo's Divine before Purgatory started. And through eliminations alone, they have made up for 18 of those points, right? And the rest of them, of course, 12 points out of those placements. We really need to see exactly how many Evo's Divine got for themselves to see if or not we do see these 2 Indonesian squads swap spots with each other.
Yeah, we saw Evo's Divine had a little bit of trouble earlier, but also a few instances wherein they had advantage, taking down a few of the players, especially on that river, but not so much after that. Especially they are being pushed into the next phase of the circle and being gate-capped by Indostars and the rest of the teams. Let's see the standings. If they can, or if they have avoided being taken over by the teams of Indostars. But let's look at the highlights right now. This can give us a clear view or a sneak peek of the story that happens from start to beginning to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, when things all started off, it was the battle between the Indonesians, RRQ and Evo's Divine, kind of skirmished up against each other. But both teams would go on to survive the onslaught of each other and have that one survivor bring in all of those revives. Expand, on the other hand, ran into Indostars, and they were not as lucky to survive that one because it was a little bit of a a turn-off in terms of the capability to engage in other fights. They wasted all of their resources on Indostars and couldn't really sustain their battles as they moved into the match.
Yeah, let's see what else can be done by these teams. I really love how it's turning up right now for the other teams who really needs the number of points for them to close the gap against the one above them. And I guess within those stars, they have done so much. This is what I'm talking about. Liam is the MVP, stopping the Falcons from moving in from that left-hand side up the wall, and then the rest of the teams can focus on RRQ.
And massive advantage for Indostars overall in the grand scheme of things, as they were on the better side of the wall. I mean, we've seen the wall kind of like separate nations in the past, but this was the wall that separated themselves against their own Indonesian brothers. And of course, the Falcons who were trying to get in. The circle was not helping the ones on the weaker side of the wall, squeezing them in, causing so much of panic and chaos. But it was also a little bit of a lapse in judgment for both Falcons as well as RRQ, right? They should have been a little aware of their position. They should have definitely been aware of the wall and have started making all of the journey onto the flip side of the wall a little bit earlier on. They don't know who's out there, but they know that there's only 3 teams. Obviously, the first one's right in front of you. You guys were fighting with each other for the longest of time, and so much of time was wasted just trying to take each other down instead of focusing on their survival that took that booyah away from them.
Definitely. I mean, timing is key for that instance. If they timed it well, they could have rushed over, take down Liam, and that would be a distraction, pulling in those stars towards them, and then they can just funnel everyone in and take them down before RRQ will be able to cross. So that could have been going to the Falcons, taking their first booyah, but unfortunately, they're still not grabbing the booyah in that map.
Yeah, and of course, this just opens up the opportunity for Reverse Red to try to catch up with them. But of course, Reverse Red does a little bit well. And then, of course, you've got the Falcons doing well again. It's going to be a little bit of a back and forth between them. They need Big Brother Buriram to show them how to maintain consistency and to dominate out there as well, right? The team that just plays it on another level. But of course, the interview segment, let's see exactly what the Indonesians have to say about their victory.
Booyah for Indostars! Woo! Congratulations! Wow, the best. And now I want to chat out with you, Liam. Liam in Indostars. I'm wondering about your team and you. I'm wondering what's your favorite map?
Baby Lee itu penasaran, apa map favorit kamu?
Map favorit kita sih Purgatory karena gampang rotasinya.
Our favorite map is Purgatory because the rotation is really easy.
Oh, okay, easy for you and your team. And what's the difference in meta after the last update?
Apa perbedaan meta sekarang nih setelah update yang paling terakhir?
Kita main nggak banyak perubahan sih, main kayak sama aja kayak kemarin.
Yeah, there's no changes at all, like no difference.
Okay, last but not least, anything you want to say to your fans?
Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak untuk fans kamu?
Ya terima kasih buat yang udah dukung kita sampai kita bisa sampai di sini, dukung kita terus.
Thank you for those who keep supporting us. Please always support us.
Okay, thank you so much, Liam, and good luck for your team because we have still a long way today. So after this match, back to you, Shoutcaster.
And there you have it. We just heard an interview from our Booyah takers. And, well, I really love to see more of interviews wherein players really can share more of their insights. I know there's some trade secret in between those interviews that really the players and the teams that want to share. But we want to feel what they are feeling on those moments of the battle, especially in battles just like that. In those stars has taken a lot of advantage against 2 teams.
And of course, the game MVP Kochil from Indostars this time round. 5 eliminations through 6 knockdowns, 7 headshots, 2,410 damage overall, with his favorite Tatsuya boosting around the battlefield. And of course, since he is so proficient at finding those headshots, he brings in Wolfra as well, that will be able to stack the damage on those headshots as well as reduce the damage received from those headshots every single elimination that he gets for a maximum of 30%, right? So very smart in terms of the passive skills brought in here. Nairi, you can see Joseph as well as his Silver Spoon, 18DA and Liam refusing to get slowed down, refusing to be tagged up, marked by their opponents. And this is exactly what I expected to see out of teams a little bit more out there on the battlefield. Bringing Joseph in, I thought it would be something that would be abused, just like the Awakened Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how much the stuns are being used from the other teams, from the other weeks, and there's a good counter that that the teams can use to avoid that. But it really shows. It really shows that it's working for them. Hopefully, it shows not just from Indostars, but the other teams as well as they take the Booyahs later on. But let's not take it against our players from Indostars taking 2 spots in the elimination leaders for this day. We have Raz, who's currently in number 3, though, despite of them being tied with On Fire as well as Dudes. And then we have Kochil as well as Liam, as mentioned, my MVP for that battle.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely an Indonesian map. We saw how Purgatory saw all 3 Indonesian squads find that final circle. Of course, he was Divine, a little unfortunate, and which is a little surprising because they are the better Indonesian squad as compared to RRQ as well as Indostars when Purgatory is concerned. But he was Divine, just could not get there because it was the other 2 Indonesian teams that shot them at the same time, taking them out of the equation. I guess if you wanna take the top spot, you got to take out the top dog. So I'm sorry, he was Divine.
Definitely, I mean, that's I would say, rule of thumb. So to be able to climb up, you need to get over the shoulders of the ones already above. But let's head over to the top 3 weapons. Bison right now taken over against a Trogon that was shown earlier, and Woodpecker will be in there as weapon number 3, and that only translates to distance that has been done by the Woodpecker, or the distance damage that has been done by the Woodpecker from the early engagement. But let's not take it away. Bison really is a good close combat weapon that you can use, and we've seen so much of that earlier.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, a little bit of a nerf on that Bison has not changed the way it's used out there on the battlefield, because overall the rate of fire versus the damage output of the gun is still pretty superior in comparison to the other weapons. The assault rifles are a little bit slow in terms of the rate of fire, and when you've got so many of these CQCs, you definitely want to bring in a gun like that Bison. For the longer ranges, of course, the Woodpecker usually gets the job done. Indostars walking away with 31 massive points this time round, and obviously they're going to be able to catch up to EVOS Divine, but not overtake them just yet, because EVOS Divine still managed to sneak away a total of 13 points, just staying safe by 2 points in the overall grand scheme of things. Let's take a look at that, and yes, there is no overtaking just yet. Indostars needs to hustle a little bit more. 2 points to be specific.
2 points. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that was 20-2. So it's good enough for them. It can be easy, especially if they have the motivation. But going back to what we were expecting from Stalwart Esports, there's a certain curse that's happening if you take the Booyah. And hopefully that doesn't happen for Indostars. But looking at the top 12, this is the main focus in the last 2 weeks of battle. Who will be hanging in there heavy has been pushed down. And the Esports also pushed down. RRQ moved up a little bit. But let's see who can stay by the end of the day.
Yeah, everybody needs to take a masterclass from Buriram at this point of time. Master, oh master, how do I not get cursed after picking up a Booyah? Because these guys have been able to pick up Booyah after Booyah after Booyah after Booyah. 12 games, 10 Booyahs. It's just ridiculous, Neptune.
Well, I guess they need to rest. And speaking of rest, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the matches continue. So don't go away.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 and day number, goodness no me, no, I know it's what day, it's day 13. So many days of battle. But of course, we can take a little bit of a chill pill here because Buriram is not playing today, which means all other teams stand a good chance to walk away with the booyah. And we have seen exactly that happen, right? Stalwart Esports with game number 1 on Bermuda. And of course, Indostars rising up to the occasion with a massive 31 points on Purgatory. Are we going to see a repeat? Are we going to see some back-to-backs here? Or will we just get fresh new logos on each and every single map? My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. And it has started off in an explosive manner here in week 5.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing about what you mentioned, if we have different teams taking that booyah, it will make them difficult. It will make it difficult for Team Falcons or First Red to really catch up against Buriram United because it's being spread across everyone else. So hopefully a consistent battles, consistent tactics will be shown by those top 3 teams and they can get close, at least reduce the mark of the 200-point lead that Buriram United has, and they can be happy ending the day.
Yeah, I mean, look at how low we are setting the bar, right? Reduce the lead. Not really catch up, just reduce it just by a little bit. Obviously, they're going to be reducing it because Buriram's not playing, they are playing. But like you said, man, how much of points they reduce it by is not just dependent on themselves, it's also dependent on how much of effort some of these other teams put in. I mean, you're even seeing teams like Heavy with very, very heavy engagements out there on the battlefield, and we were just talking about how they're not the more proficient, eliminators out there on the battlefield. They're trying to prove the reverse today, but still that inconsistency kind of creeps in, stopping them from getting to that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, they really need it right now, especially as they have been pushed down to 13th spot, and that is what they need to catch up on. But the other teams are just trying to secure their place in the top 12, though it's a little bit early. We still have a few more weeks to go in for knockout stage, but why not increase that investment? Why not increase that numbers overall so that you won't be pushed on the days that you will be resting?
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, RRQ Kazu looking to make a big jump here. They're just 1 point behind WAG. WAG is just 13 points behind Onyx Olympus. So a double jump might just be possible here. And both teams, Onyx as well as WAG, are not playing. They are in Group C. So RRQ Kazu just needs to keep that as a great motivation for themselves. And they're going to be right back on the heels of Expand, a team that's not doing too well. In fact, they're doing horribly today. 2 games, 10 points, an average of 5 each. They really need to step it up before RRQ starts to overtake themselves as well.
Yeah, let's see if Alpine would be the winning factor for the team of Expand, but looking at how they're performing, similar to their standing in the leaderboard, they're also in the middle of overall in Group A and B that they're placing onto the Alpine map. So it's very difficult to really say that Expand can do, especially if they are not showing it this time. They haven't grabbed any booyah in this map as well. This is not an Expand that we are seeing from the previous matches that we've seen them play.
And of course, Buriram, Falcon, EVOS Divine, like you said, these guys are going to be the front runners of this particular map. But since Buriram is not here, we also have to add in Indostars. So the common factor here is, I just mentioned 2 Indonesian teams. The previous map had 3 Indonesian teams in that final circle. Are we going to see some back-to-back performance here? I'm actually hoping for a little bit for that because it is kind of the trend, right? As long as Buriram is not in the mix, we do see the Indonesians grabbing a couple of points here for themselves. And that's exactly what happened last week as well on day 1. And it's going to happen here as long as, of course, they don't get too much ahead of themselves. Early engagements, early skirmishes have not really served them well last week. But we see those adjustments being brought in this week, and they seem to have found their rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they can find that rhythm even more and perfect their tactics as we are going to jump in to Alpine, and this is where we want to see the numbers, not just in black and white, but also in red and white, because as you mentioned, it has been Indonesia that has been ruling most of the game so far.
Absolutely, sir. Team Falcons, of course, have 3 booyahs to their name. EVOS Divine 2, and Indostars with a single booyah thus far on Alpine. Can EVOS Divine equalize with the Falcons, or will Indostars equalize with EVOS Divine, or will none of these 3 teams have the booyah for themselves? We'll just watch how this drama breaks out as the flight path is very kind to everyone. Base camp all the way down, cutting through Malaysia towards Snowfall as well, opening up the full map of Alpine for everyone. It's a pretty small map, so rotations aren't really going to be a pain in the overall grand scheme of things. But of course, the flight path could have messed that up for a lot of people, but it just didn't. Very kind flight paths we have.
Yeah, I mean, well, not as kind as me, as I mentioned earlier. I want to have a brutal flight path so that it can force other teams to go in for the battle, but there's no waiting for that flight path to happen because base camp is already in carnage. 2 teams is in a fight, and Heavy is just dropping in before. I guess it's not yet over, though, for the battle. We have RRQ, Kazu, and GOW in this fight. No one going out just yet, but on the other side, Indostars against Reverse Red. And as you can see, we have a few knockdowns already, but the pickups being done by Indostars.
Yeah, Indostars just on fire, looking for yet another player. And it looks like he has managed to scurry away for the time being. Nobody's able to find him. And Indostars, they do manage to purchase a hunt down onto Saming, the final player of Reverse Red, who's out looking for points. He wants to bring those those revivals back in here so that his team stands a chance. In the meantime, Homebois getting flattened by, of all teams, Team Flash, the Vietnamese squad, who is struggling alongside them, currently not in the top 12.
And let's see if this is a good turnaround that can be done by Homebois. Runaway being done by Fies, just to make sure that they have one in a safe spot to revive the team later on. But that is, I would say, a losing tactic. All they have to do is focus on those players in front of them and find out their information before they really make a move. But Expand right now, the Axel making a move without thinking. That is just pure instinct that we have on him, and Dutz might be in trouble. Here comes Nate, and Dutz will be shot and rushed just like that. The Axel, the accuracy, the man on a start.
Yeah, smart plays coming through from Axel. RRQ losing 1. But of course, the team's not going to be wiped out anytime soon. As long as, of course, they can stay away from engagements until they bring the revive back. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, says hello to Homebois. And that's an easy drop for Bara and his Bison Butterfly out. And no revival just yet. Team Heavy now will distract EVOS Divine whilst Flash brings in 1 revival. But can Flash get away as well? Aim God trying to make sure Artemis gets nowhere. Bara spots out Poppy. Easy takedown as Poppy barely had a medkit on him.
Yeah, I mean, there's no surviving that. Not only 1's rushing on you, but 2 on the way. But let's see if they'll be able to survive. Artemis is a little bit too far, though, from this engagement, keeping himself safe. But for how long? Ingod, though, still has his aim on Cabin. It's a good thing that they have 1 person trying to avoid being backstabbed or probably being hit with a surprise. And there you have it. We have Evo's right now putting on a little bit of pressure for those surrounding this area. 3 teams, and that was just a surprise. 3 teams is in here or had been in here already. And let's see who will survive.
Oh, smart play by EVOS Divine, just opening up that R1 scan on their own compound to see if or not Heavy was there. Heavy wasn't initially, and then they ran into those scans. But it just seems to have distracted EVOS Divine because they just dropped like flies. Heavy now going in for yet another shutdown. Jonah, level 3 gun already, looking for that shutdown. Aim God quick on his feet and manages to back away from all of this heavy engagements for the time being. Gets caught on the opposite side. Kabi alongside Vitan gets him out of the equation.
Barba, though, is back on the flight and in the roof. Let's see if he can survive this battle. And there goes Ray going down. Tan really does well, but Kabi will be taken out as well on the other side. It's just them going down 1 at a time. Hands right now on a close battle engagement into the room, and Hands goes down as well. Bara takes him out. And there's still hope though for Heavy as players are being revived though. Now let's see if Evo's Divine has lost all their players. One managed to get away.
Yeah, one managed to get away and quick on his feet as well. Heavy's not going to go in for the pursuit. They already have exactly what they needed from that battle. Their own lives, as well as a little bit of money, a little bit of loot, and those elimination points. Getting too greedy is not going to serve them up well. And he was Divine. They're lucky they did not make this decision to go in for the chase because they would have ran straight into Falcon, and Falcon would have had a field day with them as they were just getting out of that battle low on resources. This could be said as the end for Evo's Divine as Aim God gets taken down, knocked down onto the ground, eliminated, but no elimination for the squad here. He did manage to get the revival.
The dream is alive for the team. Now let's see if Homebois can do the same. Vice right now left outside, being gate kept by RRQ Kazu. No elimination being done just yet. So this just collateral from what happened earlier. Let's see if Legoloth can survive this waiting game as well. Saming on the other hand took the longer route, and when I say longer, just outside, and also took a boat.
I don't know what Saming's doing, but we'll have to catch up with him in a little bit. Legoloth from afar, Vice responds in, and the AN manages to get the knock as well. Smart play, beautiful sprays coming on through, and RRQ burns down the players of Homebois.
Yeah, I mean, good price to pay. Even one has been taken out from their side. At least two will be able to completely eliminate Homebois in that point. The Team Flash, on the other hand, managed to grab 3 points already in the battle after surviving what happened earlier into one part, or the initial part of that drop. Now, Falcons right now will be siding Team Heavy, and Hands will be the ones being damaged first, but it also has a view of Blue Wall on the right-hand side. So Peter will not be that tenacious in that fight because they need to be cautious of who's lurking from behind.
They have the Assault Bunker key with them. Easy quick opener. And obviously the Glue Maker chip that they pick up from there is going to help them out in the overall grand scheme of things as we move on towards circle number 3. PE Sports spotting out RRQ. As Duts loses his life. In the Stars up against Stalwart. This is going to be a big fight for the Indonesians. And Dew's already on the left-hand side flank. Reverse red from the back as well. I don't know if Saming's going to stay quiet here. Stop is a little bit off position. And he's not going to be finding 18 Deer. So Sci-Fi in a lot of trouble here. He appears. 18 Deer, good Blue Wall. And Dew does manage to hit one from afar. Kochil goes down. Dew hits another. A double for Mr. Dew.
And let's see if the two will be taken out. But no, Indo Stars already recovered 2 of their players. Raz right now will try to surprise Dew. Then manage to make that hit. And Raz will be rushed by Stop. And Caramel's the one to take them out. Now, as we can see, 3 eliminations. Only 1 remaining for the side of Stalwart Esports. There goes the takedown. But Nameless has been brought back.
Oh my goodness. Reverse red. They were just trying to get their players back in here, man. Stalwart not getting anybody, any slack out here. And the Stars are still on the menu as Reverse Red is taken out of the equation there. Just one player technically. And the rest of them on for the hunt once again. Flash finding Hans out in the open. Heavy's going to lose one. Narrow finds Gabi. Heavy losing 2 players back to back. A little unfortunate for them. And Nameless is just looking for some coins out here on the battlefield. He's like, I know there's a coin machine somewhere here. I'm just going to head out for it.
I mean, prioritizing on the coins, not even the loot or weapons that he can use. And that's a little bit risky, but they don't want to go down that easily. They have a record to prepare, to set in this map. Because so far, looking at like Alpine overall for A and B, they're not even in the top. So only grabbing 1 Booyah, and they're still struggling from what we're seeing.
See what can Expand do this time around. An average of 5 points from your games from the day of play is not a great stat to pick up for yourself. But of course, a little, cold. They need to warm themselves up first. It has been quite a bit of a break. We only played during the weekend, so I guess the boys were really chilling during the weekdays.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of me. It takes me to warm up 2 hours. in the game, and that means losing a lot already. So hopefully that's not the case. I mean, these are the pros that we're talking about.
Where
And
do you live, in the North Pole, bro?
no, I mean, despite of the heat that we have in the Philippines, and I'm pretty sure the same goes, it's just difficult to like keep those hands warm, especially when you reach level 40 in your life.
They say life starts at 40, though, Neptune.
Well, hopefully,
not when you're a pro player.
So technically, I was just born. I was just born.
Narrow out in the open, easy knockdown, and Reverse Red gets a full revival. So it looks like it all paid off as he ran outside the circle there. Coscu, quick reposition for himself as he needs to buy his players right back in here. Manages to purchase one right back. RRQ on a killing spree as they eliminate the players from the side of PE Esports. Flash checks out of this matchup and expand back to their slaying ways, picking up 6 elimination points for themselves already. At the end of the day, of course, Alpine is one of their favorite maps.
Yeah, favorite indeed. And let's see if they can make it more to their side. Stalwart Esports, though, being taken to blue, but they have a good chance to go in for the rush. They're just chasing out against Hands. And once a mission has been completed, they can get back in. That's right now making a mission for himself, taking out players as well for the side of Team Falcons. But B Sports is in a fight. LBT in trouble right now. Only a little bit of stairs to hide onto, and Coscu is just hunting them down.
Let's see what can he do with this one. Coscu, straight shot to the chest. Ma'al gets nicked as well. Coscu's doing it again, man. He's just shooting everyone one time. It's like, hey, I'm here. It's not going to help your team out, Coscu. And of course, he's trying a little bit of a different gun in terms of his position that he plays, as well as his role as well. I prefer him just fragging people from afar and, just playing around with the Bison. But, sometimes you just got to practice these shots with guns that you're not so used to, because you never know when you're going to be forced to play the sniper role.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but the thing is, there's no forcing him to avoid taking them down, especially if they try to focus on one. But for the side of Expand, though, there's no avoiding any gunfights. They are on fire right now. 8 eliminations and still hunting down those surrounding them. Out in the open, though, a little bit risky for them. But as you can see on the map, we have one of Heavy above them and also a chase fire. He has been gunned down, and that is coming from the end.
Yeah, Faiz knocked down onto the ground. Evos Divine on the other hand, and a little bit more for Pickle here. Bara, a sliver of health, but he manages to help out. Aim God, but the ice grenade knocks the boy right back down onto his butt. Bara with the Bison holding on, patching himself right back up. That medkit's going to be used, stopped down on the ground. Bara goes in for the elimination as well. 2 players surround him out at the window. Bara, a sliver of health. That the ice grenade will continuously chip away at his health. The glue wall melt is trying to take down his defenses, but he still manages to break on out of there. Let's see if he can hang on for a little while more. The answer is no, he will not be able to.
Yeah, well, speaking of hanging on, we have 3 players in here really hanging on. Jonah on one of those windmills, and 2 players from Reverse Red onto the other. So I guess they have sights on each other, but in terms of weaponry, I guess Reverse Red had a little bit of advantage because they have their weapons on them, and there goes the hit. We have Expand still on a rampage, and Stalwart Esports is now a leader with 11 elimination, but they are in trouble right now as Indo Stars trying to stop them from getting more.
Yeah, that was dirty from Indostars. The knock from Expand, the quick steal of the elimination point by Indostars. I believe it was Kachil or Lim that snuck that one away. But either way, it's Indostars claiming those points. Expand not going to be too happy with that, but there's nothing they can do unless, of course, they eliminate them and take the booyah for themselves. But they have another Indonesian team to get the work done against. It's RRQ. Manages to get the knock from afar. Axel focusing on Heavy instead, who are on the approach from the back. This is a 3-way battle. Heavy just needs to focus on getting into this next circle, but being gate kept by Expand and potentially RRQ as well just makes that nearly impossible.
Yeah, there's not so much of flank that can be done by Heavy at this point. All they have to do is wait and see how he's going to do it. That is Fan right now. A little bit too high. When Jonah tried to jump in, that's when he gets targeted. And I guess that is what Fan is trying to do, trying to avoid being detected as the battle is happening right now between RRQ and Xpan. Only 2 players from Xpan is in here, Deaxel and Crime. And here comes Legaloth on a rampage trying to beat down and take down all those blue walls. Xpan has been taken out on 7 and 7 elimination as well for RQ Castle.
Yeah, some panic sprays there from Axel. The guy was just way too close for him, and he just did not have the right gun for that engagement. Expand out in 7th, so at the very least, they did manage to pick up more elimination points than they did in the first 2 games, so that's good enough for them, I guess, in terms of a warm-up. God of Wolf up on a roof, very comfortable to stay away from all of those engagements happening down below.
I just need to be quiet though and not show, because at some point, if there's a few players in there, a point or an ADS onto the window might lead to them, and they might be the ones being hit. So there's a lot of caution that needs to be done, but there's no caution indeed. They are trying to gun down those surrounding the area and just keeping themselves against or safe against Indo Stars. Don't Cry and Nero is in trouble though, because out of the 2 teams in this compound, or make that 3 teams in this compound, they may be the next one to be targeted. If they wait and see, they might be the ones taking advantage later on.
Yeah, God of Wolf just needs to be a little careful here of all of those portal ghosts that could just expose their position in an instant and, of course, put them in a lot of trouble. God of Wolf, though, still making good use of this high ground advantage as Isa takes Nero out of the equation. Now RRQ to deal with as well. And Stalwart, the smartest ones. They're just holding on to that ground floor. Indostars holding on to that 2nd floor. God of Wolf on the 3rd floor. This is just a 3-way battle, and only RRQ is outside of this party.
And this is the thing, once everyone has been pushed in, RRQ can go in for a party and take down also eliminations, but that would be dependent on which path will be taken. But those in the compound, Legaloth has been taken down, GOW not waiting for them to be gate capped, and they're just making away. Mal will be the next targeted. Razor managed to get away, and Mal recovered. And their dudes right now getting too close just to make sure that if anyone gets out of the window, he will be in there with a shotgun.
Yeah, technically RRQ has got the best position here. They are the ones who can get to the center of the circle earlier, but being outside just put them at the crosshairs of all of the other players. Legaloth losing his life in that instance as well. But now with 9 eliminations, RRQ, yet another Indonesian team looking for the booyah. Indostars could just go for a back-to-back here as well, as they do have a full squad with them. The only team to have a full squad is Indostars, and they're clear of all of this pressure. But the circle's going to force everyone in here for a group hug shortly, and it's not going to be a fun one.
I love what Indostar is doing right now. All they have to do is sit pretty, sit back, and wait for everyone to engage each other. But they're not seeing that they're also being targeted of those melters, and they might be the one being taken down later on, as Isa is also waiting for them. But no, Isa goes down, unable to get into the zone. And GOW has lost their advantage, the high ground, and only 2 remains. Cold Chill for the rush on the right-hand side. Managed to get away and recover, regroup with the teammates.
Yeah, Dew outside the circle, just wasted too much of time fighting against the blue. Indostars now on the opposite side. Dew picks himself back up with the Horizon line, but just for the elimination point to go to the side of Indostars. Razor now gets tagged up by the A124. Raz circles around. Razor goes down. Raz now, can he get another one? That's up against Raz. Raz unfortunately loses his life, but Indostar still has got 2 more players up on their feet. RRQ with the pickup. Indostars now on the back foot. 18 Dia, the final hope for Indostars, looking for the booyah, but they get denied. And RRQ stands strong. 16 eliminations. They walk away with a booyah.
They walk away with an awesome booyah, especially with the position that they held from the initial part of that 4-team battle. But all I can say is Neo managed to survive longer, just waiting outside of the blue wall, outside of blue, recovering himself to the final moment. And that is also plus point for GOW. But let's not take it away from the Indonesian teams. RRQ Kazu with their tactics as well as their patience in waiting outside of the compound.
When Buriram is not here, the Indonesians run rampant, and there's just nothing that the other Thai teams can do to put a stop to them. This is now back-to-back that we see them in performance. Earlier, Indostars. In fact, Indostars performed back-to-back as well. They got into that final circle, almost walked away with a booyah. Just a little bit too much of chaos to deal with. Like you said, man, they had the best in terms of position. RRQ, it was very impressive though. They lost Legolas. They were the ones who was in the most trouble because they were truly exposed outside. Everybody was shooting them down, but very smart play off the terrain, using the boulders to kind of block off a majority of those shots, moving away the moment that Circle started getting to them as well. And even GOW, who took that backstep against them, couldn't really catch them off guard.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing for sure is RQ Kazu, we talked about this earlier. They only need a few more points to get 2 spots above, and I guess with this booyah, they will be able to do so. And it's really unfortunate from the beginning, especially from this part of the highlight wherein Dutz has been taken down, and that is just like, that could have been the fall for RQ Kazu. But the thing is, once they recovered, they regroup, got away from most of the engagement, just chose everything that they can win, and that's where they got that booyah.
And of course, the third Indonesian team, Esports Divine, they unfortunately met a pretty early and after facing off against Heavy, too much of Heavy assault on them, and they couldn't really recover. Saming, on the other hand, managed to get 1 revival before Reverse Red got eliminated from that early skirmish at the start of this matchup, but not for long, right? Because we still had about 8 teams left. Expand met them outside the circle. They got kind of caught between 2 teams. The end came for Reverse Red. And down towards this very final moment, no Thai teams standing here. It was just mainly a Indonesia-dominated final circle.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam was just sitting in there in the corner, managed to grab that number 2 spot. But I was expecting Indostars really to grab that. In terms of numbers, they had that advantage. But it's just the positioning as well as the glue walls being taken in and out in the best timing for the side of RRQ. Kazu just led them taking that booyah, and Indostars being denied.
I mean, massive booyah for RRQ if you look at how they are performing in the overall grand scheme of things. And we talked about how they could now make the double jump, right? Over PE Esports as well as Onyx Olympus. They have successfully done that. And now Expand is going to be a little bit more stressed out because a good performing team is chasing them down, and they might just lose their spot because they are a little bit rocky. But let's hear exactly what RRQ has to say in their interview segment as the winners.
Booyah for RRQ Kazu! Woo! Congratulations for you! Wow, this is double booyah for Indonesian team, right? So I wondering, you did great during ESL. Not to mention getting the 3rd place, and your team also performed well today. So what's the tips to bounce back?
Kamu kan kemarin pas ESL itu performanya bagus, bahkan kamu ada di posisi ketiga. Nah, apa sih tips kamu untuk bangkit kembali hari ini?
Kalau dari segi tim sih lebih improve aja untuk jadi yang lebih baik dari sebelumnya.
We try to improve our performance so we can get better from the previous match.
Oh, okay. So I have question about Wings. So do you want to meet Wings in the game?
Kamu mau nggak ketemu Wings di game?
Enggak sih, kami fokus lolos aja.
No, I don't want to meet Wings.
Lebih fokus lolos aja ya? Lebih fokus lolos aja berarti?
So he's focusing to pass to the next round.
Okay, last question. What's your wish for Wings?
Apa harapan kamu untuk Wings?
Untuk Wings sukses di Todak di negeri Malaysia.
Okay, I wish Wings to get his success with Todak in Malaysia.
Okay, thank you so much, Rajur. Yes, and good luck for the next round. So, I hope we will come back again after this match. So, we're ready for the next round. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
there we have it, another Indonesian team on that Booyah platform, and I'm loving how this is showing up. But again, they will need to do a lot more work to be able to take over the Thailand teams who's currently sitting pretty in the top.
Yeah, but RRQ's just like, Expand, I got my eyes on you. And they're not too far behind Expand, right? 56 points. It's easy. If Expand continues doing what they're currently doing out there on the battlefield, RRQ is going to overtake them. And if I'm not mistaken, there was some trash talk between Expand as well as Indostars, mainly from Expand, telling Indostars to watch out. This week, they're going to go all out for them. I don't know if Expand realized, but Indostars are way above them on the overall leaderboard. So you gotta really watch out for who you try to pick a fight with out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just puts a target at your back at that point, and I guess that can also contribute to you losing more fights than usual. Yeah. So, well, I guess that needs to be proved by those who are bold enough to say it. But speaking of bold, we have Mal right now with boldly taking 8 eliminations in the battle, a rusher indeed, and with 3,217. If I'm not mistaken, this is the highest that we had in one individual player for today's matches.
Yeah, that's the Cosq of Indonesia, right? And the only sad part here is Cosq is not even playing his previous role. No more CQCs, no more Trogon action, no more Bison action from Cosq. I'm going to miss him a little bit, unless, of course, he drops the snipes and goes back for some of the CQCs. But Maal is going to replace him very quickly in terms of our MVP spotlight here, because those were some phenomenal plays and some massive numbers out of this guy. So a total of 16 eliminations here, as well as, of course, the 12 Booyah points, which gets them a total of 28. 31 scored by the Indonesian team earlier, and now 28. I mean, we kind of figured Indonesia was going to do great today, but I didn't know they were going to be this consistent in terms of how great they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's dependent on who they're playing against, because if it would say, like, I couldn't avoid going back to Buriram United. If it's against Buriram United, they stop everyone. And there's no chance for everyone to move up. But right now, I mean, we're free. We can move around. No chains on us. Let's just play. Let's do our best. And there's no worry that they can be targeted. And that's what the Indonesian teams are doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Indostars, RRQ, if they can keep up this sort of a heat out there on the battlefield, maybe even have EVOS Divine join them, because technically Divine is trying to catch up with Indostars in the grand scheme of things on the overall leaderboard. So they don't really want to fall and falter too much. They have to take advantage of the fact that Buriram's just not here to play. They also have to take advantage of the fact that the other Thai teams are looking pretty shaken, a little off form from their usual predatory form, because they are trying different things. For example, Cosq going onto the snipes, it doesn't make sense, but they don't have to worry about anything. Technically, they are in a very decent spot on the overall leaderboard, and there's just no repercussions. Even if they fall 7 spots, they still make it to the play-ins.
Exactly. I mean, they've already invested so much that they can position themselves a little bit higher from the early parts of the knockout stage. And I guess we talked about this as well from the early parts of this broadcast, that, why not, like, do this as a scrims, professional scrims, wherein a lot of pressure is being put into us, and then try to do other things. And that is probably what they have in mind right now. But let's head over to the key players. Glue Wall's use, the 25 that Duts has done for the side of RRQ Kazu, this is just insane right now, because the destroyed Glue Walls, this is the highest from Crime. This is the highest from Crime. So if one person can only destroy 6 and then another person can put up 25, well, not quite sure on how they can get away if a maze has been formed in that, and I guess it shows from the final moment from that battle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Duts is running the Nairis Ice Iron out there as well. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that's picking up all of those glue chips out there as well to upgrade his glue maker and to be the defensive mechanism for the squad overall. But this is a little bit of a non-surprise for me, or is it a surprise? I was expecting to see the Woodpecker shine at Kalahari, not at Alpine. but I'll take whatever I get, man. It's still gonna be the Woodpecker and Bison, but the Trogon's missing. The M1887 takes its spot. Obviously, one of the more used shotguns out there in the recent games that we've been seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Woodpecker, it might have been the damage up close has been done by the Bison or probably other weaponry like the Trogon. And then once they try to get away or once they get a spot, then that's when the Woodpecker is being used. And we've seen so many kill steal happening earlier, and those might be those cases. But going into the game standings right now, RRQ Kazu maintain their #1 spot in this match. 16 in elimination plus the 12 that they have a total of 26. And right behind them is God of Wolf. I mean, the gameplay, the healing gameplay that has been done by Neo earlier, that was just insane. I was waiting for his life to run down, but no, in those stars went down before him. Thus, he has taken the second place.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, overall phenomenal play by GOW. They are very inconsistent, but when they do perform, they do manage to get into that final circle, and they do manage to stack up quite a number of points on their side. 19 points, no joke at all in a lobby like this. I mean, as long as we don't have the Monsters Buriram in here, you can see the points kind of spread out across the overall game, across 12 teams. When Buriram is here, you just see 2 teams, massive points, everybody else is just picking cherries by the side of the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like once a predator, I mean, an apex predator is there, the others are just left behind. It's either they're hiding from the predators or they're just trying to kill themselves, and that's not really good in terms of points, because you're losing out on the potential in taking the booyah and just giving it out for those who's grabbing massive eliminations.
Yeah, obviously, right? When you've got the Apex Predator in there, you are going to be pretty scared in terms of taking some aggressive moves out there. And I totally get you, man. You end up ruining your own chances. You don't take a lot of points out there on the battlefield. In the grand scheme of things, just doesn't check out well. I'm still waiting for someone to challenge the Apex Predator themselves. But of course, we'll have to wait for tomorrow when they do have their game day. But in the meantime, everybody else is gonna have a blast picking up points for themselves. In the stars as well as RRQ representing Indonesia strong. Stalwart showed up once, and then the curse of the booyah for Thailand kind of just wiped them off of the screen for the other 2 games. But we are, of course, looking to see them bounce right back here at Kalahari. They are the 2nd strongest team, and the strongest one being Reverse Red at this map.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see some of the Thailand teams really move up right now, and it really shows on the top 3 teams. Buriram United side, they will be followed by RRQ Kazu, who just grabbed the booyah earlier. So it's still a huge deal for Indonesia to be able to grab another booyah, but the risk is if Reverse Red can turn it around, or probably Stalwart Esports brings it back after 2 losses on the battle, then it would be a risk that needs to be taken by RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise here, because although we do see on the overall stats, teams like Reverse Red as well as Stalwart doing pretty decently well in the past, today's been a rocky day for them. They haven't really been able to keep their high momentum up. Yes, Stalwart did walk away with the first booyah, but just no follow-up from that, right? But of course, as we head on into Kalahari now, it's going to be game number 4 of the day. Is it going to be Indonesia? Is it going to be Thailand making a comeback? Or is Vietnam going to shut everybody down? I do take note that I did not mention Malaysia. They're still struggling for some weird reason.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, it's difficult to cheer on a team who's really struggling. Yes, we can motivate them, but at some point they have to show up. They have to show it in numbers as well, and that's what we're waiting. We're not putting them out of the list. It's just that they're at the bottom of the list right now.
You can say that again, man. Another very fair flight path. Obviously, Neptune's not going to be too happy with this one. No mean streak from the flight path today, and it looks like all of the teams have managed to find pretty decent hot spot for themselves, avoiding a lot of the early engagements. Except Indostars here up against Reverse Red. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a party. Indostars going for the big dogs early at the maze.
And again, this is them trying out different things. Indo Stars already felt, and they felt the victory from the Booyah earlier. And let's see how it will fare on the early parts of the game. And there we have it. We are seeing Boone James, who will be back in play. And Nameless, if I'm not mistaken, is out from or in the bench right now. So let's see if Boone James can bring in a little bit more of aggression in this fight. Only Uzi in hand and 2 in front of him.
How did 18 Deer get the revive so quickly, man? The guy barely got eliminated. And 18 Deer is like, boom. And of course, Boone James, the moment he gets back in here, he is already putting a lot of pressure on his opponents. Luffy, on the other hand, managing to walk away with the one quick knockdown. Elimination, it has not turned into just yet. Titan still on his feet. Butterfly manages to nail that, and Heavy facing heavy losses at the very start here at Santa Catarina.
And this is what we want to see from Homebois. I mean, despite of them not really performing that well, but a little bit of improvement overall, battle after battle or engagement after engagement against team. If they can take down 1 or 2 in the early engagement, then they can still increase their chances. Also motivation to their side later on, because they will be gathering more. It's like exercise. The more you do those eliminations, the more you put up all those effort, then you can get stronger. And let's see that if that will happen for the team of Homebois. But in those stars right now, they were bold to go against Verse Red, but I think they are double thinking their decisions right now.
Let's see if they can stop double thinking and just go in for the eliminations. You have Falcon. It's a 2v2. It's a fair fight. The overall grand scheme of things, if you look at the skill gap, Flash might just be wiped here, but Cosq with that MP40, it is all about the Yanbin gameplay. Cosq down on the ground already. Cougar will be able to find a little bit of a revenge here, and Falcon right back in it. Team Flash is not wiped out just yet.
Yeah. I mean, one will be coming back, and battle's not over as well for those in this area. Homebois against Heavy. Here comes Hans right now, going in through the window, and rush by Fies. Managed to get away, and will be pushed right now on the second floor. But let's see if they can. They can survive this. Fies right now moving in for the chase. Alif goes down.
Oh my goodness, Alif didn't really stand a chance there as he got pursued. But Homebois pretty much in the winning streak here against Heavy. One more player right above them. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get away. He's got the portal go, but it's all the way on the opposite side. There's no way Cubby gets there in a 1v3.
Ooh.
But thankfully, he does have the hook gun for that reposition. Blue Wall Melter's not going to find Cubby. And they totally have got this wrong idea as to where he is.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, they are all focused on that second floor. Everyone is in the same area. Not so much of angle to take, especially in those reaches that can be taken. And Kabi will just say bye-bye right now for Homebois and might be able to recover the rest of the teams. On the other side, we're seeing RRQ Kazu. A little bit of trouble in front of them in the name of X-Pan. But let's see if Legoloth can be picked up and Razor survive this battle against the Axel.
Easy revival here, but now Expand has got a upper hand. But Evos Divine on the approach from the back. Both RRQ and Expand in a lot of trouble. And good day. Shots from afar. Axel out. X-Roy brings him right back in the nick of time. Ma'al's going to disappear for the time being. Razor's going to take his spot. And Barra's going to be more than happy to chuck all of these grenades at them. Evos Divine, 5 eliminations already. And preying on their own brothers from Indonesia.
And let's see if they can eat up all this elimination right now. Dots in between 2 players from Evo's Divine, and Barra managed to push him out as Ray takes him down. Barra takes down Razor as well. RRQ Kazo not looking good, and Evo's Divine will be taking 7 elimination. On the other hand, we have Heavy eliminated in this match, and it's now 11 or 10 teams remaining in this fight.
Yeah, Evo's Divine's like, yeah, this is sweet revenge. This is for shooting us earlier, not allowing us to get into the final circle. All we wanted to do was just travel across. Why did we have to gang up with our brothers to shoot us? That's just how the cookie crumbles, my friend. But of course, a smooth revenge here, but no team elimination just yet. RRQ can manage to recover a little bit, or else it's just going to be the story of the curse of the Booyah again.
I mean, it looking like it. It's as if they are I would say complacent in that, or probably not really getting the momentum at this point. But Cougar goes down in the fight of Homeboys and Falcons. Let's see if pickup can be done, and I guess it can, but no confirmation has been done. And Homeboys right now is being targeted though by On Fire, but On Fire's not hitting those shots.
Eventually, he will find the connection with On Fire. Oh, butterfly!
Oh!
He flew right up there, but a double glue wall. On Fire, what a movement with the buys and circles around. In a 1v3, this guy, he absolutely is on another level. Takes a little bit of fall damage, but no knockdowns here. And Homeboys are on the chase. On Fire, Cougar down on the ground already, and Falcon being hunted down by Homeboys. Now, this is something I never thought I would see.
Yeah, let's see if On Fire might be able to survive this. But Peter, if I'm not mistaken, the last known position is a little bit up top and might be able to help him. But with this glue wall blocking his sights against Homeboys, might be difficult to pick up being done by Alif. And Faiz managed to go in for the recovery. Here comes a Melter being thrown in. On Fire, still On Fire. Butterfly is the first one to be targeted because the other one's a little bit too quick.
Yeah, this is just a mean setup by Garena, right? They just took away the elimination feed here. So you technically don't know who you're fighting against. You don't know who you're knocking down. If Homeboys knew that was Falcon, they would have run a long time ago. They would have been like, mate, no, not this team. The portal go would have been used to bring them somewhere totally different. But unfortunately, they kept poking the hornet's nest until they got stung. And it looks like they're allergic to that sting.
Yeah, let's see if they can scratch that itch later on once they get back in the next lobby. But speaking of inch, stop right now. Inching to take down one of Indo Stars, and Raz really was a rash in that fight earlier that needs to be taken out.
This fight has gone on for too long, 7 minutes now. So they're finally deciding to break away from each other. I think they farmed all of those points at each other in the revivals as well. So I don't know what's happening there. We'll catch up with them in a little bit. Team Falcons, on the other hand, a little bit of a skirmish here with RRQ's player potentially. And it's an easy one as they all gang up on Razor.
I mean, there's no way out. You put yourself in a prison and close the door. Unfortunately, it's not locked, and the team of Team Falcons managed to put you down. But the rest of the teams are back in play. Only one elimination though for RQ Kazu. Let's see if they can break the curse at this point. Legolas though still risking it a little bit too close against this Thailand team.
Roscu on the AWM. 2 eliminations already here so far. Let's see if he wants to do something with the Mag 7 on hand. On Fire. That's the distance. Legolas. And it's Coscu! That's the one I'm talking about. CQC Coscu is much more preferable than a long-range Coscu.
I guess he heard you. Or he heard you.
He heard his own stats, bro. It's like, this is not working out. I know I'm practicing, but I really prefer getting up close and personal.
Definitely. I mean, if the number shows it's not working for you, at least go back to the old ways or your old ways to bring your honor back. But speaking of honor, Expand really has a lot of bringing back in terms of their honor. But right now, survivability is their main agenda. With 3 eliminations, trying to get away from all those engagement, probably working on placement first before they go in for eliminations, or choosing the battle so that they can grab little by little, fish a little bit of those eliminations to bring their numbers up.
Expand's playing with fire here because they are, of course, giving Kens a little bit of playtime out there. And you can see that he has been subbed out. Axel, the team captain, has been brought back in. And I say they're playing with fire because I don't think they can afford to have their backup players having some game time here. Not enough of distance has been built against the other teams to really guarantee them a top 12 spot. So good on the manager for bringing that swap in. Fingers crossed Axel will be able to do something for the Malaysian squad because technically their stats for the day has been hurting quite a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it does shows, and probably it's a little bit of feel for Kens as well on how it is. So, and that's enough. The decision has been made to swap him out and get back to the main roster. And hopefully we can see a little bit of better performance. But that would be a risk being told in terms of numbers, because if in case into grand finals that would be that would happen again, and they would need Kens back in, that's a huge risk for Expand at the time.
And speaking of Expand, fires this fine one from afar, but he was divine. Up close and personal up against the players from Expand. Bara down on the ground. Axel finds one traded out by Aim God. This one seems to be going the south side for Team Expand. Fires desperately trying to get away, but not too far. They managed to run Expand out in 9th. They were not on a great performance, and unfortunately that trend continues even up in Kalahari.
Still not in great performance. Not really sure. I mean, they are still on the top 12, not too well, I would say not too close to the bottom 12, but the bottom 12 for those going to the grand finals.
Yeah.
But not quite sure why they're risking losing all those lives. Not quite sure if it's really a depleted of energy or their performance, but it's not expanded we expect. This is them probably hiding strats, and hopefully they can show some strats for our pride, for our show, to really give back the honor to Expand.
I'm actually curious as to what happened to Cobra and Suez. I know I can just pick up the phone and make a call and find out, but I'm just going to just sit down here wondering.
Exercise of the mind.
I mean, obviously the team's missing their presence. Suez, the guy that started off as the backup player, made it onto the main roster and surprisingly had improved his skills multifolds. Cobra is just one of those senior players on the squad that just knows what to do out there on the battlefield. And his combo alongside Axel, X-Roy sometimes just, does it in terms of a setup for Expand. But with a massive change in terms of a roster lineup here for Expand, clearly it's not doing them a lot of favors at all.
Probably, like it's an ace in the sleeve for them, especially they are still in the middle of the pack in terms of top 12. There's a little bit of risk that they can pay out in terms of numbers, and then once needed, then they can bring them back. So let's see if that is the case. Let's see if that is the story. Hopefully it's not worse than what we expect. But speaking of worse, it's not good for On Fire right now, being taken out with one shot by Ma.
The guy put up a portal go, and then Ma'al just shot him from across the battlefield. These guys are not too happy with that. On Fire now uses that medkit, gets right back into the action, but Peter now gets a half of his health chucked away. The Bison in hand builds up a great maze of glue walls around him. Ma'al, great quick revenge, but he runs to Razor for cover. Razor steps up for the battle, and Peter backs away. Very smart play coming through. Esports Divine now getting involved in this action between RRQ and Team Falcon, but they're just chucking in all those grenades from afar.
Peter has been taken out and has been picked up, though. RQ Kazu taking the high grounds and trying to avoid all those engagement. Evo is Divine just rushing into the carnage, pulls out, leaving Ray behind. It's a good flank that can be done by Ray. Aim God, though, moves up on the top, overshot that jump, and let's see if he'll be able to take advantage of those going in for the pickup.
Oh, this is just a risky play, buddy. Look at Evo's Divine super stack. 18 eliminations already. They have to stay alive. They have to get the booyah here for themselves. It will be a massive round for the Indonesian squad, who are, of course, battling against their brothers Indo Stars for the top spot. Ray manages to find Peter as well. Team Falcons not in a great spot. Now, outside the circle is going to be Cougar, and this is a very risky play coming through from Evo's Divine. But what a shutdown by Ray and his Bison. 21 eliminations already.
Good day, just saying hi, saying good day with a backup and help from afar. Now, they have ended that battle. That was a three-way battle in that compound. Now, they are running into a few more challenges because we are seeing three teams already in front of them, and they need to recover fast. Otherwise, they might be targeted as they move in. Portal Go, though, will be helping them sneak in a little bit. But there you have it. The battle is already over for Stalwart Esports. 14 remain in the fight, and those above right now is GOW.
Evo's Divine dead middle in the next circle. Everybody else doing battle outside. Evo's Divine can gatekeep them just a tad bit here. And if they're smart, they're going to do exactly that. God of Wolf on the flip side of things, they're going to be flirting with the blue. And this is just absolutely insane. At this point, it's just going to be a crushing blow. The circle is going to hurt a lot. Reverse Red keeping them entertained outside as well. And all of this action is just making sure they do not get into the circle. And the final second come through. And as Reverse Red circles around, Indostars chasing them from the back. 18D loses his life as well. From up top, it's going to be Ray. Bison in hand. He's just shooting everybody up. And God of Wolf losing 2 players at the same time. Bara down and out of the equation already. And Evos Divine split across the battlefield in 2 different angles.
They have just assigned the battle onto the split that they have done, and they're doing so much elimination. Reverse Red is not doing so much as one goes down as well. And here comes the chase.
Wow.
Aim God with that turnaround 180, and Reverse Red has been taken down. And once again, GOW, this time not Neo, but it is RIP Rip who's trying to survive, and there's no surviving. There goes a takedown. Evo's Divine goes in for the booyah.
My God, a massive game for Ewas Divine and a back-to-back booyah for Indonesia. It was Indostars and then RRQ and then Ewas Divine themselves to make the region super proud of themselves. What an achievement from the day, and what a fantastic stat to pick up for themselves. I'm pretty sure that was more than 41 points on the board for them.
That's the thing. I mean, they just let Indostars take over their spot on the leaderboard, and then they're taking it back. They don't want to give it out. Evo's Divine only had a few points lead against Indostars, but it start of this battle, and with this like wonderful performance from Evo's Divine position-wise, their point of entry, the timing is just so much better. I guess this is the war paint that they have right now, and this should have been put on from the beginning of the match.
He tried to cosplay a tiger, but looked like a kitty cat. I feel bad for the guy already. You gotta love the comedy element from the squad. I mean, beautiful stuff across the board from Evo's Divine, Indostars, RRQ from today's day of play. Of course, the Vietnamese are feeling a little bit left out from all of this, but there's still a lot of room for improvement here. We've got 2 more games for the day. We've got quite a number of days left in the competition for the knockout stage. A total of 5 more days of play. So there's still many an opportunity for them. But the problem here is they're going to have to, be the predators against their own Vietnamese brothers, because God of Wolf has got 3 Vietnam teams stacked above them. Heavy, WAG, as well as PE Esports. They can get into the top 12, but they'll have to kick one of their brothers out of the top 12.
Well, unfortunate, they position themselves at that moment when, like from the start up until this moment of the days of knockout stage, but I guess they're still hoping, especially with the move that we are seeing from God of Wolf. Survivability is their priority right now. 2 matches already. They might not have taken that booyah, but second place, 1 guy remaining. They know how to take that survivability. And then later on, once they're comfortable enough that they can last longer than the other teams, then they can start focusing on elimination and bring themselves up. That would be a little bit risky, though, for the team of Heavy, who are being taken down a little bit early in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And it's just a mind-blowing run here for Evo's Divine. That's the beauty. That is the beauty of not having Buriram here, because everybody else gets to pick up points. Everybody that is willing to put their lives out there on the line. And Evo's Divine was technically being tortured initially with those revivals, but what a massive comeback, man. Of course, we have to throw the camera back to the Indonesian desk. They asked for it, and they're gonna get it once again as Indonesia hits the 3rd booyah in a row.
Booyah for Evo's Divine! Congratulations for you! Wow, I'm so excited today because this is triple booyah for Indonesian team, right? Everyone, I want to have chit-chat with someone from Evo's Divine. Hi, Bara!
Halo.
I have questions about your team. Because your team is a predator with 76 on match day 10. What's your secret?
Tim kamu kan disebut Predator dengan 76 eliminasi di matchday ke-10. Apa sih rahasianya?
Rahasianya ya sholat 5 waktu.
Masya Allah.
Okay, the secret is to do the prayers 5 times a day.
Okay, next question. Are you sure you can obtain the Predator title again?
Kamu yakin nggak kamu bisa mendapatkan title Predator itu lagi?
Insya Allah bisa.
I am sure.
For today, right? Okay, so you have dream team if you were a coach?
Kalau kamu seorang coach, pelatih, dream team kamu tuh siapa aja sih? Dari tim lain ya, tapi.
Yeah, another team.
Tim luar bisa.
Yeah, right.
Deo, Abai, gua dan satunya Ray.
Oh, okay. Dale, Abai, you, and Ray. Okay, so thank you so much and good luck for team. I hope you will give us booyah again, right? Booyah again, right? So, we ready for the next round? Back to you, Shotcaster.
The Indonesian host has got an upgrade in her questions. I really love the flavor this time round. And dude, I mean, they are rightfully proud of themselves, right? 3 booyahs for the region from 3 different teams, which clearly shows the whole region is heated up and they want the best for themselves. They want to continue this climb on the overall leaderboard. And that's exactly what they've been able to do. Esports Divine now, there's 8 points behind Stalwart Esports. And Stalwart was technically running away initially. They started off the day with a booyah, but that soon came crumbling down as the Indonesians caught up.
Yeah, the curse hasn't been broken just yet for Stalwart Esports, but for the Indonesian team, I mean, not specifically for a team, but for Indonesia region as well, it continues on. So they might not be taking 2 booyahs yet in this day, but at least it's being recovered by the rest of the Indonesian team. But Bara will be our MVP right now. 7 eliminations, 3,106 on the damage, 5 headshots, and 7 knockdowns, still wearing that Tatsuya cape.
Yeah, and mad respect to Indostars as well, right? Because back to back to back, we see them in that final circle. But of course, not being able to pull a double booyah for themselves is going to be hurting their ego a little bit, which they can fix within the next 2 matches in itself. Bara, of course, your MVP. Let's take a look at their stats here. Their skills. A double Tatsuya, double A124. Everybody's running the Awaken Andrew. We've got a double stack on the Wolf right here as Ray and Aim God continuously looking for those headshots. But of course, Bara should have brought Wolfra in as well because he's equalizing in terms of the hit shot rate alongside Aim God here. But look at the eliminations though. 29 total eliminations for the squad of Esports Divine.
I mean, they had a warm-up already. They are doing well right now in terms of eliminations as well as the engagement. It's just that they want to show up. They want to show that they can grab the booyah as well. And again, we cannot take it away from Evo's Divine right now. Almost all across the board is their team. And On Fire is in there on the side number 5 with 4 eliminations. Still, Falcons trying their best, but it's not showing just yet.
Consolation prize here for Team Falcons. They have been acquired. They are no longer C-Triple-G, but that acquisition hasn't really brought a massive impact to the squad. Let's look at some of the key players here. Once again, of course, we're going to have the Indonesians on highlight. Gade with the 12 grenades and Ma'al with the 5-time revival. RRQ, a little unfortunate this time round after hitting their booyah earlier. Falcons on fire. He's still on fire with those blue walls, though.
Yeah, I mean, 25 that we've seen earlier, 23 right now. I mean, there's a lot more that can be offered in terms of Blue Wall's use. Hopefully, it can be used to a better way, though. But in terms of weaponry, Trogon is being used most in this game, similar to what we've seen in Bison. So close range engagement happening compared to the Woodpecker long range.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So more, CQC combats than those long-range engagements and eliminations coming through this time around, with the Woodpecker just clocking in a total of 11 of those eliminations. But overall, still your top 3 guns here, right? Surprisingly, we don't see that M1887 in this one. So it's okay. As long as these 3 guns are picked up on the battlefield, you know it's going to sustain you for quite a little bit. A 41-point run by Esports Divine is just nothing short of insane. But we see right behind them the two Thai squads, Team Falcon as well as Reverse Red. But look at the gap in terms of points here, man. 41 to 17 versus Reverse Red on the 14. Esports Divine swept this lobby.
Yeah, I guess this is a good motivation, a good statement as well. If they can do it once again, taking a booyah and grabbing a lot of elimination, it might be a statement that they can show that, hey, Buriram United, you're not the only ones that can grab a lot of eliminations. We can do it as well.
I mean, they're clearly proving it out there, but when Buriram's in the lobby, it's a different story. Maybe they can hang beside them. I don't know if anyone has proven to be able to be the kryptonite of Buriram United Esports just yet. Hence why they're the only one sitting down at the very top with 1,001 points. And yes, Team Falcon is about 200 points away. But look at this difference of games. They've got 4 games extra in comparison to Buriram. So that's exactly who Buriram is overall. But looking over at the Indonesian side once again, Esports Divine overtakes Indostars and this time puts a decent amount of space between them. 24 points now for Indostars to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, that is one good match if in case they will grab a booyah and 12 elimination. So it's not impossible. We've seen that so many times, but there's a lot of risk that is involved right now for Indostars. Yes, they have the motivation, but they have been brought down in there from the previous match that we've seen. And Evo's Divine grabbing 41 points in total. I would say if I'm Evo's Divine, I would like to grab even more, if not the same, on to the next match.
Oh, yes. But we know exactly how tough it can be to kind of keep up to that sort of performance out there on the battlefield. I'm not calling them lucky, but it was definitely a very smooth journey all the way to the end. We're going to take a break. Back in 5 minutes.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Free Fire World Series 2024 for Southeast Asia. So far, 4 matches is over, 3 of which has been waving. They're red and white, and 1 has been taken by Stalwart Esports from Thailand. Let's see if any of those regions will be taking the remaining 2 maps right here as we are on our final installment for today's show. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Pistachio AJ, and we will be the voices that you will be hearing all throughout the rest of the games.
After this, of course, we head on into Nextera, and no better place for Vietnam to now show up strong, pull away a booyah for themselves. But we all know Vietnam struggles on this map, so we might have to count them out. But perhaps we could still count in another region, that is Malaysia. Expand knows this map pretty well, but they've been playing around with their roster changes for quite a little bit. Expand currently has got 2 booyahs on Nextera. If they show up strong, if they show up in, some of their old classical Expand ways, perhaps we can see that go to Malaysia. But we also have to highlight the fact that Indostars is very proficient when it comes to their Nextera plays. So we could just see back-to-back Indonesian booyah.
Yeah, I mean, against Expand, as you did mention, 2 booyahs. Indostars is currently 2nd place on this groupings in this map of Nextera, and they only have 1 booyah. So in terms of elimination as well as consistency in their placement, they are a little bit better. So let's see if they can grab another one for the Indonesian region. But we'd like to see some of the players of teams as well from Thailand take over, because currently Team Falcons, previously CGGG, are the ones in number 1, averaging 7.3 in the placement and 11 on the average elimination for this map.
Absolutely, man. 3 booyahs in their hands so far. Yeah, we've highlighted Expand, Indostars, but obviously Falcons, they are the masters of Nextera. They are also the masters of the overall leaderboard if Buriram did not exist. It's just a tad bit of a downer in terms of their performance in here today. They seem to be struggling, mainly because Cosq is trying to play those long-range supports a little bit more than his usual aggressive, CQC, up-in-your-face, Tatsuya bursting all around the battlefield sort of a play style. But I truly do believe that they're just trying to test out a few different formations before they get into the final week of play, because qualifying for the playoffs is a guarantee here for Team Falcons.
Exactly. I mean, they have a huge lead against Reverse Red. It might require 2 or 3 good match against the same number of bad match for Team Falcons for Reverse Red to be able to catch up. So I guess they have some leeway to play around with their tactics, to switch up in their roles, and then there's not so much of effort that can be done to chase against Buriram United number 1 spot because of the close to 200-point lead that they already have. So I guess if they're on the 2nd place and have that floor to basement gap, then you might be able to do a little bit of jumping.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And at the start of the day, we did kind of hypothesize that Indonesia was going to be very strong today with the absence of Buriram. And Buriram is not even going to be playing on this map, right? You see Indostars there. Obviously, we're expecting them to continue their push. But maybe this could also be the place where Falcon recovers a little bit of their gameplay. We did manage to, of course, take a peek at the overall leaderboard for today's performance. And the top 3 spots dominated by Indonesia. EVOS Divine followed by RRQ Kazu and Indostars. And just for the sake of Indonesia, I want to see this trend continue, at least for today, just so that we can really see the fight that they have been kind of keeping stored away all of this while. Last week was a really rough week for the region.
Yeah, I mean, so much more. Indonesia's team from this group has already taken 1 booyah each, so I guess a good chance for them to grab the 2nd. So the only question is, which one will it be? The ones that we're looking into is already leading this map, or would it be a different face, a different team who wants to show up in this map as well of Nextera?
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, the only reason why we don't see Onyx Olympus as well as Dewa United Apollo pick up a lot of booyahs is because those guys are stuck with Buriram in Group C.
Yeah.
when Buriram's playing, your chances of getting a booyah clearly dwindles, not because they are going to bag every single booyah, because they are just an absolute annihilating machine out there on the battlefield. They never seem to run out of bullets, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, really, once you've seen two teams go on 5 booyahs in one day and then sees it twice. So there's a lot of threat really from the team. So it's just Buriram United standing tall and bringing a wall so that everyone that looks into the numbers will see them as a huge threat. But right now, no threats overall again for Buriram United. It's just everyone from Group A and B. The only question is, will they be able, or for other teams who want to catch up, will they be able to do so right now? Because only 2 games remaining, or 2 matches remaining for this day.
And again, RRQ preying on Heavy, trying to make sure they do not get into the top 12, and at the same time, sacrificing them just so that they can get a head start in these games. But RRQ is going to have the tables turned on them as Jonah picks up the AK-47, puts it through the heart of Duts. But Ma'al is there with his coins to bring his team member right back into play. And now a 4v3, as this is a slight slowdown. Razor Minuzi goes out for the sprays, but a good blue wall blocks the player away. But Vitan just has the better SMG in hand. The Mac-10, beautiful sprays. And they now get 2-0 on RRQ.
2-0 indeed, and Razor will not be recovered that quickly compared to what we've seen earlier on Dutz, but there you have it. Still a 4-man strong. Dutz goes down once again, and well, the only thing that they need to do right now, if they will be recovered, is get away quickly, because Team Falcons will be swooping in the bid. They are very close, and as you can see, Peter already making that damage.
Absolutely, man. Here comes Team Falcons as well. RRQ, one opportunity. The player that's on the far right here could try to run away from this compound, but Heavy is trying to cut off the rotation of Ma'al. And if Vitan does manage to cut off this rotation, and he's already in position, Ma'al's in a lot of trouble. RRQ, in the grand scheme of things, in a lot of trouble. As the team of Falcons swoop on in to check out Intellect Center, Heavy says, thank you very much for the points. We are out of here.
Yeah, they are out of here, and I guess looking at the map as well, of RRQ will be there, moving out. In those stars, though, I mean, they are a little bit free to move. Not so much of challenge. Heavy will be moving in from the other side, close to them, but the aggression that they've shown from the early parts might change right now, especially if they face against Indo Stars, especially with the number of minutes being given out in looting without contention. So that would be a huge threat for them, and as well as Indo Stars showing so much of aggression from the other matches.
Now Indo Stars taking a quick peek at Intellect Center. Not a very intellectual engagement. A little bit too far, and they split up. 18 Deer. These are troubled waters. The guy's just a little bit too dangerous out there in the open, but he has managed to get the tags in. Peter on the drop, and Cougar's still alive. 18 Deer still hasn't gotten the job done just yet. Tatsuya on the burst. He gets tagged up from the back. 50 HP more. Cougar blocks it away, and on fire backs him up. What a mess up by Indo Stars. They got a tad bit too greedy there. And now Raz trying to go in here for a little bit of a recovery. Coachil is there to pick 18 Deer right back up, and the recovery is sweet. Indo Stars almost got wiped, and now they are on the front foot. Raz with the shutdown onto On Fire, and they've now locked in the players of Team Falcons in a tight little corner and surrounded them.
Yeah, a good reversal being done by Indo Stars right now, and I guess 18 Deer is a little bit too heated and excited to go for the takedown. And if I'm not mistaken, that was supposed to be a revenge mission by 18 Deer, but unfortunately doesn't work for him. But he was picked up. A good chance for them to go against the Team Falcons once again, and Peter might be meeting the heavens in a bit because he's stuck in that roof.
PE Sports wiping the floor with reverse red. What are we even watching out here? The elimination feed giving us a little bit of an update as to what's going on off screen, as Indo Stars respectfully backs away from Team Falcons. Heavy has still not abandoned this compound just yet, and it's a smart move because it's just all wide open lands, and that puts them in a very troublesome spot if at all Indo Stars decides to go in for the pursuit. So they stay and now have a potential of wiping out Team Falcons from the back. And in the meantime, as Indostars tries to navigate away from Intellect Center, they spot out the players of Homebois. Easy pickings here if they can find those connections.
Yeah, if they can find, but Homebois is trying their best not to be detected and not to be sighted. So I guess they cannot flank right because of the portal go that has been spotted, and then they need to flank onto the other side. But speaking of flank, here comes the flank. Evo's Divine. They are really aggressive right now, and Team Flash is just going down one at a time. Poppy goes down. Artemis also went down. Shin is already out, but we are seeing a little bit of payback being done. G'day and Ray need to be picked up, but Team Flash will be taking out 11th place.
Solid stuff. I was just wondering, is this the curse for EVOS Divine themselves? But that recovery at the very final second, Ray tried to turn the tables, and he most definitely did that. G'day hopping on into the battle as well. EVOS Divine, they surely know their way around a gunfight. Team Flash, on the other hand, their struggle in the competition unfortunately continues.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, similar to what we were seeing from Homebois, they're always being targeted, and every time engagement happens, like they're not given a chance to survive. Though we've seen a little bit of a little of a light of hope coming from them, but like not everyone wants to give them that chance. They just want to feed for points right now and take down the ones at the bottom. But let's see if Coach Hill will be able to grab a few more points from Falcons and Peter. And I thought Coach Hill will be going down in there as they cross onto that compound, but Peter has been beat but still brought back.
Yeah, Coach Hill's lucky. 18 Deer was watching the situation. He gave the support fire from the back, managed to knock the player down as well. Coach Hill, he can breathe a good sigh of relief here. And a scan comes through from the side of Indostars. As long as they can make good use of this information, they send out a UAV as well. And God of War kind of backtrack a little bit here. They don't really want to mess with Indostars. The circle's going to be squeezing them in within the next 20 seconds. It's not going to hurt that much, but it will be damage that will be substantial if you've got a team shooting at you as well.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of damage, here comes GOW right now. I mean, the team that managed to grab the second place in our previous two matches, it's being gunned down a little bit too early. And if they lose all their players, I mean, that hope will be lost. And we were talking about how well they're doing. Isa right now being chased by 18 Deer. I mean, 18 Deer right now is just moving like a deer, ramming everyone in place. And there you have it. Isa has been taken down. And from the looks of it, they still have one more for GOW that survived.
Yeah, great double team challenge there. And Indostars just continuously raking in the points. I mean, Indonesia overall raking in the points here on day one of week 5. Enjoy your time, boys. I mean, it's just a matter of time before Buriram comes in here to ruin the party. But if they can bring this momentum in here from today into tomorrow as well, it's going to be fantastic. Great place by Crime MKS and his Strogon. 4 pumps off those grenades, puts Cosq down on the ground. Cosq can't even play those CQC battles at this point of time. Expand, on the other hand, trying to get a little bit of an advantage over the players of Team Falcon. Stacked straight up to his face. Xroy M1887. Barely had that HP for that re-engage, but still tries to force the issue.
Yes, it really forced it indeed. I mean, Peter is trying to have someone pay back, especially with the multiple instances he has been taken down from the early engagement against Indostars. And let's see if this would be Xpan's demise at this point, as a Stalwart Esports is just hunting them down. 1v2 situation is not the situation that you want to be in, especially against Stalwart Esports. As you can see, Cypher is still going in for the battle, and the runaround giving him a chance to survive, but Cypher goes down.
It is a opportunity for Stalwart to find a little bit of a recovery here, but the battle happens outside the circle. That's a little bit of extra damage that they just cannot afford. A 1-for-1 trade thus far between the two, and Peter brings Cosq right back in. The guy is going to be flying straight in towards that safe zone, so Falcons are not going to be eliminated here. Can't say the same for Stalwart. Peter loses his life due on that double, and there is a little bit of a timer here for Falcons. But with that revival, I guess they don't really need to do much anymore. Now, it is all up to Cosq to bring in the rest of his team members.
Yeah, let's see if they can go back into the zone and survive that battle. But the risk is the same for both teams. Both of the players, or both of the teams, has recovered one of their players who will be moving in inside the circle, and they will be leaving the rest behind. But Falcons right now, they will be taken out. Reverse Red, on the other hand, managed to bring back their team teammates also gathered 2 of their players, but in front of them or behind them, though, before they head over into the circle, we have 2 teams, or 3 teams rather. Homebois, Expand, as well as Stalwart Esports. I would say the rest of the teams.
Saming's trying to give himself a headache. But of course, I joke with that. But you never ever want to stay in the same spot here in a game of Free Fire. We are always seeing those snipers trying to aim for their heads. As long as you keep spinning around, you're going to be avoiding all of those headshots. But as we take a little bit of a slower approach here, Faiz wasted no time losing his life there. Out in the open, with players all around him, Homebois, Faiz just didn't really stand a chance there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Dew on the crosshairs, it's very, very difficult to get away once you have a good sniper trying to gun you down. But Faiz right now will not have so much of an open view, but still, behind the glue wall has been taken out, and Stalwart Esports managed to grab their 5th elimination and will be able to get into the zone.
Well, the bright side here for the Indonesian squads is the #1 team of Nextera is out of the race, right? Team Falcons out for the count already. They're not going to be able to compete for that booyah, but now Reverse Red in the center. And this is a team that's looking for that recovery. This is the team that's looking to catch up with the Falcons as well. But Indo Stars are the ones who are right in front of them, the elimination leaders of the lobby. Yes, they've got those eliminations, which means they've got the loots of all of the teams that they've beaten this far already. Reverse Red needs to be ready for some heavy engagements, and they've got this high ground advantage to play for themselves as well.
I mean, they do have the high ground, but they're putting up the glue walls to defend themselves, but it's also a signal that they can be targeted or waited on by the other teams surrounding them. So it's a very risky move. At least have 2 from above, and then the rest will be like on the outskirts of that same area, so that they will still have an exit strategy. But there you have it. The elimination has been done. Jonah, if I'm mistaken, has been taken out, and well, Evos is still on the hunt, and 6th elimination, not too bad at all.
And the circle, of course, is showing a little bit of kindness to Reverse Red, sending the safe zone straight towards them. Indostars already in there. PE Esports is commanding a defensive spot for themselves. So teams like Homebois, Stalwart, as well as Evos Divine, who want to enter this next safe zone, they either better have a great number of glue walls on their inventory, or they better be prepared for a heavy battle to rip away one of these defensive spots.
Yeah, it's very difficult to flank, especially on this side of PE Sports. And, well, there's not so much of compound, and especially with Reverse Red overlooking everyone else. So this is an advantage that they're trying to take over on this high ground, despite of the risk being gunned down by the ones surrounding them. But Stalwart Esports is in a bit of a trouble, because in spite of Reverse Red being visible from above, it is Stalwart Esports who's putting up so much of defenses being thrown at the bottom.
Yeah, smart play by Indostars. They're just chucking all of those grenades at Stalwart, pushing them further and further away, straight into the compound of PE Sports instead. Stalwart said, okay, if we fail on the left, maybe we can try the right. They now head on straight in for the first floor of PE Sports compound. And it looks like they are not being challenged at all. Nero does manage to find Dew, takes him out of the equation. It is the grenade launcher on the pop. Cypher down on the ground as well. Don't tell me Stalwart's going to get wiped by PE Sports as Heavy exits in the 7th spot. Stalwart losing way too many players for my comfort.
Yep, and there you have it. Well. Number 6 eliminated, and Homebois managed to survive a little bit long, but not so for long, because they are stuck outside and being gunned down and gate kept by Indostars. A little bit of grenade launcher action. Luffy goes down, Alif goes down, and I guess that's it. Butterfly will not be able to fly high that much, and we are looking at final member waiting to be eliminated, but still managed to get back up, but will not be able to get away.
Dude, the guy used the horizon line just to not give Reverse Red the elimination point, and that got stolen away by Indonesia. And once again, brother, we've got the Indonesians in this final circle, ready to get heated in another battle. But PE Sports trying to steal one away for Vietnam. Reverse Red in here for the recovery gameplay for themselves, and they have just been playing chicken on top of this little robot. They do not want to get involved in the battle at all. But the question is, how are they going to get off of that robot? Because obviously they're not in the center of the final circle.
I mean, a good portal go on top of PE Sports would be a one plan, but it's very risky right now unless PE Sports will be moving in against Evo's Divine right now, as they have been shooting at them from the start of this phase of the circle, and it has been happening as well for the side of Indo Stars. So two teams going against Evo's Divine, making the chance of Evo's Divine survive this a little bit longer a little slim.
Yeah, Evo's Divine can't really go for the back-to-back booyah if this is going to be the case. They've already lost one player already. All three teams attacking them at the very same time. Stalwart from up top, and they have got the best angle. PE Sports from the left-hand side. Ooh. But here comes the portal go. And Evos Ray straight up onto the top of the roof already. Aim God still choosing to stay outside. 18 Deer in the stars up on top. The Trogon just annihilating the reverse red players. And now from up top, Saming still with the LMG, trying to get a couple of knocks for him themselves. But Ray with a headshot. And Boon James goes in for that final second recovery. Circle closing in. I don't know if they've got more time to play around up there.
Well, now it's not so much of time, though. Not so much of lives. 2 remaining for Reverse Red. They need to jump out and into the fire. As we can see in those stars, 30 elimination already moving back and forth and trying to get a little bit more. But Coach Shield has been taken down and might be eliminated. And there you have it. Another one. Liam seeing a little bit of damage as well, but only a few HP, and there goes a knockdown. 2 remain for Indo Stars, and let's see if they can fight and survive this. PE Sports, 4 men strong, trying to put in a lot of chaos in this battle.
And PE Sports makes Vietnam proud, picks up a solid booyah for themselves for a total of 26 points.
Currently in today's matches, they are the ones in the lead in terms of their region, Vietnam region, and they can bring more to them, taking over a few of the teams that we've seen perform well from the past. So PE Sports, again, this is also a good team from the previous week, and it's only now that they're showing their side of who PE Sports is.
And this is exactly what we wanted, Vietnam to grab a booyah for themselves. And we did talk about how the Vietnamese squads perform pretty poorly at Nextera. PE Sports is a mid-tier dweller. They are not great. They've got an average placement points of 5, average eliminations of 6, for an overall average points picked up at Nextera of 11.1. That's obviously nowhere close to what they've managed to get away with this matchup. It's a much, much bigger performance upgrade from them, but it's not that consistently great performance that we expect out of PE. It's okay, because at the end of the day, their grand plan is to just not get kicked down to the bottom 6, and getting this booyah for themselves is going to help them stay alive a little bit longer. They've now successfully overtaken Onyx Olympus, who are not playing today.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's more of that risk as well, as you mentioned, being kicked down outside of the top 12, and it's if in case they can control that, or probably like move in a little bit faster in grabbing points because of that factor alone, then it's just, I would say, only a few pages that we're seeing from PE Sports. They can do more. They're just staying in the top 12 though at this point, because they don't want to spoil everyone the tactics that they have prepared for the finals.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it's going to be a great boost of confidence here for PE Sports, because they were aiming for at least a top 3 finish so that they can catch up with RRQ Kazu, who has been performing pretty decently today. And now with this performance, they have managed to overtake the total number of points picked up by RRQ Kazu within the day. Of course, just by 2 points, but 2 is better than not getting the job done at all, right? RRQ didn't manage to get into that final circle, unlike the players of Indostars as well as Evos Divine, but the Indonesian teams just keep swapping places out with each other. Either way, we are pretty much guaranteed today to have at least 2 Indonesian teams within that final circle, and they've just been making the region very proud.
Yeah, unless Vietnam brings back another team as well and cutting the streak of Indonesia at this point, and it shows. PE Sports did that already. It's more of the tactics that they have, especially in the final moment, that we've seen them play it smart against Reverse Red, who's staying in there, and even they I would say even they are not surprised that they got that booyah, because they went against each team as they go down, and then Reverse Red from above has started dying out, and there's not so much of a threat against them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was very well calculated in terms of the booyah from PE Sports. They didn't want to get involved in those engagements too early. They found that circle pretty much earlier than everybody else. They found a good defensive spot. And you know, some of the teams kind of try to not do that because if you get into that final circle too early, you are a sitting duck.
Yeah.
But this is PE Sports reading the map really well, understanding that there is a compound. They have to go in there. They have to contest for the compound. And not only did they contest for it, but they also held their ground very, very well. And they used that ground to attack Esports Divine, a great height advantage, the bird's eye view, kept themselves defended from Stalwart, who technically had that advantage over them as well. So, I mean, phenomenal plays end-to-end for PE Sports on this match for sure.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, they can thank Evo's Divine at that point because the distraction that happened by Evo's Divine against the other teams on the other side of the circle, like, made them a little bit safer. So I think that's a lot of factors involved. Luck, skills, and tactics really put in together. That's why PE Sports managed to grab that booyah. Let's see if that can translate to a lot more, especially as they're trying to move away from that top 12 bracket.
Absolutely, man. I mean, of course, a lot of luck involved here in a game of Battle Royale. There's a lot of RNG involved, but you got to make some of that luck for yourself as well. When the opportunity presents itself, are you capable of taking that opportunity and making the best out of it? You need to have your utilities on you. You need to have to make sure you've got your level 3 helmet, your level 3 vest to be able to absorb some of the damage, your passive, your active skills. Everything needs to be set up right so that when you do get lucky with an opportunity, you can make the best out of it, right? And of course, just like all of the other Indonesian teams, PE Sports now have done it for themselves as well. So that's just fantastic. Now, there's a little bit of a delay coming through with the interview, but it is about to come through yet again. I think the Vietnamese squads were like, okay, maybe we're not going to take a booyah this time. That said, let's throw it over to our host over in Vietnam to see exactly what the boys of PE Sports have to say.
Yo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Chúc lễ với lại sinh nhật vui vẻ nha.
Đi.
Rồi, đây mời Nero. Cầm bánh giùm bạn tí nữa bạn ăn. Ok. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều nha. Mình xin phép nhường sân khấu chúng tôi phỏng vấn thôi nào. Hello everybody, welcome back to our Vietnamese Booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is PELBT, and don't forget to say a happy birthday to him since today is his very special day. Can you say hello to the audience, please? Nói là chào các bạn khán giả đi.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người ạ.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì ngày hôm nay chính là một ngày rất là đặc biệt dành cho thành viên LPT của chúng ta. Chính là ngày sinh nhật của bạn ấy ngày 3 tháng 5. Cho nên là mình mong các bạn hãy gửi những lời chúc thật là ý nghĩa đến cho LPT nha. Bởi vì hôm nay cũng rất là vui rằng là mọi người cũng đã dành một món quà rất là lớn dành cho LPT cũng như là toàn bộ tập thể PE Esports. Chính là cú booyah rất là quan trọng trận đấu ngày hôm nay. Đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên thôi nào. Moving on to our first questions. Since today is your birthday, then I think you're very happy with the first booyah. How do you feel about your performance today? Thì lời đầu tiên là chúc mừng sinh nhật cho LPT cũng như là toàn bộ tập thể của PE. Các bạn đã có được chiến thắng booyah rất là quan trọng trong trận đấu như hôm nay. Thì không biết là bạn cảm thấy gọi là cái màn phong độ của đội mình như thế nào ạ?
Dạ, đang ổn định hơn.
We keep getting stable and very balanced at the same time. Then our second questions. This is a very funny questions actually. Normally, there are many teams. Last time I asked the Blue AG that before the match, what will you guys do to achieve booyah? You guys must know the goals, right? Normally, the goals will like keep praying and then he would turn lights and then just keep praying his answers that he would achieve his booyah. Then what about you and your team? Thì không biết là trước khi mà mình đi thi đấu á, thì mình sẽ thường hay làm cái gì? Có một cái phong tục gì hay là một cái lễ gì để mong là đội mình lấy booyah được không? Tại bạn biết không, trước khi hồi đó mình có hỏi WAG á là mấy bạn sẽ làm cái gì để bạn được booyah, thì biết đội vote đúng không? Đội vote là sẽ thắp nhang này nè, rồi cầu nguyện nè là được booyah. Thì không biết là Lê Với Tài có làm cái gì hôm nay không?
Dạ, bọn em chơi mẹo xịt nước hoa.
Xịt nước hoa là sao?
Là cho cơ thể thơm tho.
Thơm tho là được booyah đó hả? It's a very funny questions from mine and a very hilarious answer from him as well. Before after the match, we will spray the perfume onto our earth so we can smell good, and that's how we achieve booyah. Then, how do you feel about all of the teams today, since this is the second week of the tournaments, thì không biết là bạn đang cảm thấy tất cả các đội đang thi đấu như thế nào, đặc biệt là về phía đội tuyển Việt Nam, khi mà đây cũng đã là tuần thi đấu thứ 2 trong lượt về rồi, cũng rất là quan trọng và rất là suýt sao đến chung kết rồi ạ.
Dạ, em cảm thấy các đội tuyển Việt Nam cần phải cố gắng thêm để càng nhiều đội tuyển Việt Nam tiến vào chung kết.
We will try our best and we must try our best so that all of the Vietnamese team can have a ticket to join to the finals. Then the very last questions. Không biết là các bạn sẽ định làm gì sau ngày hôm nay nhỉ? Nên hôm nay là ngày vui của mình mà, thì mình đã có được một cú Booyah rồi thì chắc chắn là mọi người cũng sẽ muốn lấy được cú Booyah còn lại đúng không ạ? Thì bạn có dự định gì hay không, và coi như là cũng có lời nào muốn chia sẻ đến các bạn khán giả không ạ?
Em nghĩ là sẽ thi đấu thêm ngày mai nữa rồi sẽ đi ăn chơi sao ạ? Đi ăn.
Since I asked him what would you guys do after the match, since today is this very special day, and then he said we will continue to competitive tomorrow because it's very important. You guys know, right? Competition first and then happy enjoy later. Then we will try our best, and thank you so much for supporting us and watching our match today. This is the end of our interview. See you guys next time.
The best host, bro. It's the best host. Okay, she's the best host of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. Hands down, all right? I love the questions. I love the fact that she celebrated LBT's birthday as well. She's the most informative host. And I dare say, on behalf of every other Sims out there, the cutest one that we have out here on broadcast as well. I mean, great stuff from Vietnam. We're very pleased that they managed to get the Booyah so that we can have that interview segment. But the question is, can Malaysia score one for themselves as well? Today has been an unfortunate day for the region. Usually we only see Homebois underperforming. Now Expand is just down there below, just pretty much just a couple of points away from them. But of course, bringing the spotlight back to Nero, 5 eliminations, 3 through 6 knockdowns. My English. Through 6 knockdowns, 2,875 on the damage. Nothing too flashy, but just enough for the team to not just survive, but catch up with RRQ.
Again, I guess with what they've done in the past 4 matches before this is just a setup for this Booyah. So let's see if this is something that they can maintain, especially on the last map that we have. And we don't know yet which map we are going to play on. But still, if this comes back to Nextera, at least they have a good momentum already. They have a good advantage in positioning. But as you mentioned, luck is involved, RNG is involved in the placement of the circle. It might not happen similar to what we've seen from last, but they know the position of the teams already. Especially, I don't think there will be any changes in the drop spot overall.
Yeah, Wang An is one of the few players that brings in the Homer to this matchup. And of course, we can also buy a Homer in the active skill card from those vending machines. So he gets to pop it twice back to back. And that just gives him the ability to slow down his opponent slow enough so that the rest of his team members can pull in those eliminations and make them cry. But of course, speaking of make them cry, Don't Cry, unfortunately could not match up to Nero in terms of the eliminations. And both of them lose out to 18 Deer from Indostars, who walks away as the elimination leader of this Nextera map.
I mean, we've seen how 18 Deer chases off other players, especially in a 1v1. Yeah, he does fail, he does get knocked down, but he knows that the teammates will be picking him up, and that's just aggression coming from 18 Deer. But as we can see, I mean, the number of blue walls being used is slowly reducing right now, but revived from Kosk. I love the post coming from Kosk. I mean, that's really getting me right now. Seems like everyone in here is like, or probably not everyone, because Liam seems like asking me for a fight, which is I'm going to give up already in Free Fire.
If Kosk sets up that post in front of me saying that he wants to punch me, I'll just let him punch me, man. The guy's too cute. Okay, Woodpecker 15 eliminations, Bison on the 11, M1887 making its comeback in here as part of the top 3. Yes, the damage is pretty lethal up close and personal. Only issue with the shotgun is the rate of fire. You miss, you're probably a sitting duck, and that's exactly why the pro scene gets to use it quite a little bit, because these guys very rarely miss. PE Sports still maintains that #1 spot through their 14 eliminations, as well as 12 points through the Booyah for a total of 26. Indostars, on the other hand, 15 eliminations, slightly lower in terms of placement points because they didn't manage to achieve the Booyah for a total of 24. But overall, average performance-wise, they pretty much equal it out with PE Sports. And as far as they're concerned, they've made it to the final circle 3 times in a row. They must be ecstatic with their performance from the day.
Yeah, and also like seeing them grab the Booyah, both teams of Indo Stars as well as Evo's Divine taking the Booyah and then getting close in second and third. It really is a consistent that consistency that they need right now from their gameplay. And as we can see, there's a little bit of movement that has happened right now in terms of our top 12, and I guess this is what we need to see. On PE Sports tying against RRQ Kasu, and they're still going to play right now onto the next match. There's a huge chance that RRQ can be pushed down or the other way around.
Absolutely, man. PE Sports being overtaken, PE Sports overtaking RRQ here is a fantastic boost of confidence for them. Not only do they manage to get the Booyah, but also climb one rank. But of course, the pressure is still going to be on because RRQ, they, alongside the rest of the Indonesian teams, have been performing, pretty decently today, right? So the probability of having RRQ in the final circle once again is going to be really high. So if PE Sports want to make sure that does not happen, they have to go for a back-to-back Booyah.
Yeah, let's see if the birthday buff will work on this last match. But we're going to find out which map we are going to play in. This is a random map and we still have no idea. So the randomizer can give us that cue. And I watch right now on the previous map, previous matches as well. And hopefully we don't have a close call, especially for those asking for
whatever maps that
favorite.
gets Vietnam winning, man. That's what map I want.
Alpine.
Okay, all right. GG, bro. I don't know how I feel about this one. We were just talking about how PE Sports overtook RRQ, and this is where RRQ got that Booyah earlier, Neptune. So it's gonna be a tough one.
It's a tough one, but I guess it's if PE Sports and the other team from Vietnam will be was able to do the homework that quickly in a matter of minutes after match after match, then they might have a few pointers already on how RRQ rotated, what drop they took, and then how they can counter that on this map. But if that's not the case, if they can wait for the next time, RRQ already have it in plan. They grab the Booyah already. They have a lot of eliminations overall. And not only that, we also have Evo's Divine, who's top 3 in this map, and then Falcons, who might be a challenge as well if they pop off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, we know Evo's Divine and Indostars are back-to-back in terms of the performance. Since Buriram is not playing, we do have to take a look at them. And Falcons, today has been a day where Falcons have been tortured quite a little bit, right? They have been able to sustain their overall performance purely through engagements, purely through eliminations, only for a total of 18 placement points gathered through the 5 games they've played. This is not the usual Team Falcons out there.
Maybe they're just trying out a little bit more on aggression, and then they're losing out on the placement. But again, with the number of eliminations they have, they still beat some of the teams in that factor. All they have to do right now, all they have to do right now is just maintain their placement points or probably grab a Booyah, and then they're back in play.
Absolutely, man. I totally agree with you, right? But the question is, can they actually get that done? I mean, 12 points from a Booyah sounds pretty exciting if you are Team Falcons. And if you can continue to keep your pressure with all of these eliminations as well as that Booyah scoop, then oh my God, Neptune, you got it.
Yeah, well, let's see if that is what they need right now. Now we are going in onto Draft Alpine map right now. The last game, the last match of today, and Expand right now has a drop off a little bit early, but close to Team Falcons, and this might be it. This might be the beginning of how they will be moving up. First, go in one team at a time, but Forest Red right now is covered by 2 teams. We are Evo's Divine and as well as Homebois on the battle already.
Oh, Indostar's getting blasted out there on the battlefield, and there has been a challenge set out as well. Indostars, the players splitting up in 2 different spots, and GOW has Neo landing in there as well, so that's a little bit weird. Neo's probably going to give 18 Deer a little bit of space here between himself as well as the rest of the reverse red players. As Deanne finds Raz from Indostars. 18 Deer is the final player left in here. Okay, pocket market, 400 coins. Should be able to do this. Get spotted out. Tries to run away. Bunjaim from the back as well. 18 Deer! And Indostars are out early after performing so well back to back to back. They were the #1 team of overall performance with points gathered from the day, but they're the first one to get eliminated. So that is a GG.
Yeah, GG indeed. I mean, I thought they will maintain their performance, but no, I guess it's a change in map. Alpine right now is something that other teams might be taking advantage of, as well as a hot drop that is happening. So let's see if Evo's Divine and Homebois will give a different story this time around. I mean, I'm looking forward to Homebois beating Evo's Divine in this battle. And let's see if that will be good enough for them, especially with the position that they're taking right now.
It's so weird how these teams perform so well at one point and then the very next is just a little unfortunate. But, you know, it's all your fault, Neptune. You prayed for an unfortunate flight path. That unfortunate flight path gave us 2 early skirmishes, and one of which has forced Indostars out of the equation. He was Divine now caught by Homebois. They do manage to lose the player momentarily, of course. No eliminations just yet. But here comes a fly-in butterfly. But he stings like a bee. And now the ice grenade, the A124 has been popped already. Butterfly, as well as the rest of his team members, try to get a quick dirty done on the players of EVOS Divine. But the revivals come through. And the revived players split off in 2 different directions, not wanting to mess with the current form of Homebois.
Yeah, let's see if that would be a good comeback coming from Homebois indeed. But Expand right now already almost losing one of the players. And lost it too. Instantaneously, X-Roy has been eliminated. Vice will not be picked up. Crime just came back and the Axel has been beat down. So only one remains for the team of Expand. But back to Homebois. They're doing well, but Aleph has been knocked down. Hopefully they'll be able to get away and will be able to hide out. Butterfly though recovers his health. Abax will try and beat them down, half health, and Abax gone down by Butterfly. Still managed to go for the takedown.
I don't know what's up with Expand, but I think this is one of those few days where they're performing worse than Homebois themselves, which is, if you ask me, a tad bit unacceptable from the Malaysian region. And we'll just see exactly how they recover in the rest of those days of play. Vice is going to get double teamed here by Team Falcon. It was the early skirmish, but now Team Falcon just clearing house. But the elimination still led by Reverse Red. 10 eliminate. Okay, all right. Thailand's trying to make a strong comeback.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been pushed down in there after Stalwart Esports Booyah for the first round. And I guess it's about time for them to really catch up and probably take this Booyah. Now, let's see. G'day, Evo's Divine trying to go for that 180, 360. And here comes G'day going down. And that's coming from Ali.
Abax. He just needs to stay as silent as possible for as long as possible, so that all of this chaos dies down. They are at Fusion. Circle encroaching their space already. Just a few seconds for them to travel around. First circle's not going to hurt too much, but you don't really want to be the last one to find a defensive spot in the next compound.
Yeah, I mean, you will be losing the resources as well, especially the damage that you will be dealing with that blue. Now, let's see if they will be moving a little bit quicker in terms of their position later on. And they do have vehicles, so there's nothing to worry about for the side of Team Falcons. Hopefully, they will not be gunned down, though, on their approach. Otherwise, 2 or 3 of their players will be out that quickly, and it will be a headache for those trying to recover them.
Team Flash, 7 eliminations already, and they're still on the prowl. They obviously are not the most aggressive team out there. But at the same time, they're not the weakest team out there in terms of engagements. They can hold themselves pretty well in a big gunfight. But the problem is finding that final circle. They are by far the weakest team when it comes to finding those placement points.
Yeah, I mean, for today, that's 4 total in placement, and that's no way to go through. I mean, initially you will work on your placement, positioning, and survivability. That will be your first key factor, and then what follows is elimination, because it's easy for you to get a good rotation once you will understand. Or it's easy for you to get elimination once you understand how to get good rotation, especially if you practice your placement points.
Yeah, true enough, man. But of course, everybody is just a little bit more excited with the engagements. It is a shooter game at the end of the day. I get that, man. I get a little trigger happy out there as well. Until, of course, I get sent back to the lobby and then cry for maybe 2 days before I get back in here with a better game plan. But some of these teams, no matter how many lessons they are taught, they don't seem to be changing their approach to the match, which just makes me wonder, what's the game plan? What's their coach thinking? Do they even have a coach?
Yeah, I mean, that is a big problem indeed. If they don't have a coach, it's just themselves. And also, you know how pro players are, like these pro players are, they have a tendency to be too competitive, even against their teammates, especially in terms of conversation. So I don't think that conversation is happening if they don't have a coach. But let's see if Ice will be able to survive this battle. A pinch being done by Stalwart Esports, and only a few HP remaining trying to recover. Here comes the rush. There goes Ice being gunned down by 2.
Stalwart with 4 eliminations already. Still chilling outside the circle. Not gonna be much of a problem for them. Second circle still pretty much tameable if you have a decent number of medkit on yourself. The esports still flirting with the circle outside as well. Everybody is taking advantage of the fact that they do have access to the pocket market, man. As long as you've got the coins, you can buy your medkits, super medkits on top of that. So yeah, they'll chill in for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to spend all those coins until you lost all of them. So
Yeah,
hopefully,
I mean, you better spend it before you lose it, right?
but the thing is, like, it's I don't know. There's a huge discussion that needs to be done in terms of economics and investing and all this stuff. But that might not be game related, but that's a good point when it comes into this game. So hopefully they'll be able to learn that as well, not risk all those coins in terms of, well, unless they are really in a need to get away from a position, and or they have been spotted by the other teams.
Spotting them is one thing, doing something with them is another. And this is a very efficient use of a revival platform from Team Falcon. Thank you for showing us that. I was truly starting to wonder, what is the use of having these revival platforms here? Everybody's spending the money. And that's the problem with the current generation. You know, you just want to spend money for everything. You want to get some food, you don't want to drive, you want to just order in. You know, Team Falcon showing us that sometimes it's good to just save your pennies, you know, pinch pennies so that you can buy some extra med kits.
Yeah, I mean, patience as well. I mean, if you have that time, if you have all the time in, well, maybe not all the time in the world, then you can wait out for that revival. But the battle, there's no waiting for this. Team Flash going against RQ Kazu. 2 eliminations already, but they are being taken by the blue. Now, let's see who will be surviving this carnage. Ball goes down, and Yan Bin will be picked up now. As we can see, Razor or Dutes is trying to go in for the rush and the flank as well, and managed to take down Poppy, but instantaneously being brought back.
There's a player from Flash who's running outside the circle, looking to back up the rest of his team members. I don't know if this is a good idea. Shin's already going to lose his life. The best the Team Flash player could actually do for Shin is survive and bring that revival in. Artemis, sir, what are you doing? Run away, Artemis.
Well, let's see if this plan will work, because RRQ Kazu has already put in a lot of damage, and Artemis has been knocked down. And here comes Yan Bin for the hit, but 1v3 is not a good position for him to be in. Razor right now trying to bring them down. Artemis has been brought down, taken out, as well as Yan Bin, and I guess it's not yet over though for Team Flash.
So Yan Bin and Artemis both ran back into the fight just so that the final survivor of the team could get away. It's a very smart play in terms of distraction, but I don't know if that was too much of a distraction investment. They could have just sent in one guy to play the distraction.
I mean, I guess they were playing in the odds. If in case they win the engagement, they still have a lot more of loots instead of like being empty-handed, 3 of them being empty-handed. But I would agree, couldn't agree more. It should have been just one guy, or probably none of them coming back, just trying to escape and then gather up. They know the position already. They can gatekeep them afterwards, and then that's where they can get all the loot that they need.
It's just big risk, big rewards. But technically, if you lose in that risky play, then you are going to suffer. Team Flash, on the other hand, they lost that. With the one insurance survivor out there, they still get to stay in the game, stay in the play. Esports Divine, on the other hand, just spending a little bit too much of time outside the circle, outside this compound. And Stalwart takes advantage. One final survivor backs away as Gade is caught out as well. Esports Divine, one final insurance policy.
Yep, and let's see if that will pay off, because there's so much of risk right here, and Team Flash will be eliminated despite of everything that they've done in the previous engagement. Now we're seeing Team Falcons right here trying to gatekeep RRQ Kazu. Razor has been spotted by CosQ, and long range still not working for CosQ at this point. Here comes a jump, Mal almost taking him down. Here comes a backstab, and there we have it. CosQ is down once again, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the same position that he was in earlier and still managed to be taken down.
Yeah, Cougar. Good shutdown, but now Team Falcon up against RRQ. The numbers all equal. It's a 3v3 fair fight. But it's all about the positioning in RRQ. One vending machine play as Legoloth brings Dutch back. And he can flank around for that backstab as well. And it looks like Legoloth's going to fly right into the battle to support the rest of his team members.
Yep. On the other side, Esports Divine has been eliminated. Now, PE Sports is getting that aggression from the previous game that we've seen them take that Booyah. Let's see if they will be able to reverse everything against Reverse Red using the portal. Go for the push, for the hunt, but Wang Han will be taken down. Don't Cry will try not to cry, but Diamond Maiden did.
Yeah, you say don't take the birthday boy out. Come on. He's surviving. He's got the woodpecker. M1887. No, don't do it, Bunjaim.
Ooh.
Bunjaim's going to be cursed for 3 generations. LBT! He gets the birthday prize. And he's still alive. He takes Bunjaim out of the equation. Guy still surviving, LBT, but the zone, the game itself is mean to the birthday boy. Nero now the final survivor with the grenade launcher in hand. Turn around, Nero, trapped in a tight little corner. Can't use the grenade launcher, but he's got the Horizon line in his pocket. Picks himself right back up. Smart play. And that's exactly why you got to spend your money for the Horizon line.
I mean, that's a good investment indeed. Now, Heavy with 6 elimination. They survived this long, and I love how they're playing it. They have one of the 3 compounds inside this circle, and they can take advantage of this against Homebois, who's quite near them. But on the other side, we have Stalwart Esports a little bit too far and also moving into an open area, but the next phase has gotten away from every team.
Where's PE? That's my question, man, because this circle's gotta hurt, and it's gotta hurt real bad. Nero's made it back. Someone shooting at Nero. Come on, let him bring LBT back in, man. Don't be so mean. Nah. PE out in 5th is one of the Thai teams that got that done. But look at this shocker, bro. Homebois still in it, and it's just one of those rare days. In fact, could be the only day that Homebois has been the better Malaysian team in comparison to Expand.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It might have taken them a little bit longer to warm up. And let's see if this is the time. Though they lost Faiz just a few moments ago, but they still have the high ground. Might be able to take advantage against Stalwart Esports and Team Falcons, or probably push them to both fight each other. And then later on, Heavy will be the next target. So let's see on which one they will prioritize. It is Team Falcons with 2 players, Peter and another one on the left-hand side.
Butterfly, ESS in hand, opportunity, Peter, no, glue wall penetration through that long-range gun. And Peter's gonna just barricade himself in. Glue wall melter's missing him by a mile. And Peter's got the medkit to work around with. Cougar almost taken down by the circle, but catches up just in time. Now Team Falcon, 2 final survivors left in here, and holding on for their dear lives as Homebois move on in to finish the job. Glue Wall Melters now against Butterfly. He's getting tagged up from both sides. But man, daringly steps up. A double Glue Wall placed in here. Butterfly, M1014 gets the first. Can he get the second as well? But out Butterfly! Masterful play for Homebois.
Fly high, Butterfly indeed, runs through the fray, was able to take down a 2. Now, it is a 3v4v4 situation in Heavy, as Stalwart Esports hasn't lost any of their players just yet, but they are the ones battling each other. If Homebois can back away from this engagement, probably not give their position just yet, but I guess they already did. They might have taken advantage of the lost life that happened, but no, there's no going down just yet from Stalwart Esports and Heavy, and it is Stalwart Esports running onto Homebois.
Yep, Homebois taking on Stalwart, and there is a good smooth backstab here from the players of Heavy. Stalwart has lost one player already. They're going in for the next one as well. Caramel Dew out, and it looks like they're going to send the cameras right back to Vietnam. A back-to-back booyah for Vietnam. We could not ask for a better ending here for day 1 of week 5. Homebois, only 2 more players left. But you know, maybe not the Malaysian desk, man. Come on, Vietnam, let's go. 9 eliminations already. And it looks like Homebois are going to be sent back home. And the camera is going to be sent back to Vietnam. And beautiful stuff out of the region, back to back. And finally, a well-deserved booyah for Heavy.
Definitely, I mean, I thought it would be spread all across Indonesia for this day. It's a good thing PE Sports started it off. Now Heavy followed through, and they grabbed that booyah and might have a good chance of crossing over the top 12. So they really need it at this point, and they're showing it right now.
Bro, they just did exactly what was needed to overtake WAG. Of course, that's the sad part. They had to overtake one of their own countrymen for the top 12. But it's exactly what Heavy needs. It's exactly what Heavy deserves. They have been putting in so much of effort from the start of the day, but Heavy engagements at the start of the match didn't really fare well for them. They couldn't get into that final circle for the booyah. Pun definitely intended, but this time round, they came up on top, and it was a great decision made by the squad, right? To flank around from that right-hand side, make sure they put on ample pressure on Stalwart as Stalwart tried to go in for the finish on to Homebois, and they ended up being the one to get the job done. But props to Homebois as well for being the better Malaysian team in here today. After week after week after week of unfortunate plays, they're starting to find their rhythm out there on the battlefield, and Butterfly, their key player to make all of it happen for them.
And hopefully it continues for them. I mean, we don't want them really losing hope in this since we have a few more days towards the knockout stage. Yes, it might be difficult for them to cross over the top 12, but at least move up on to that leaderboard as we review the highlights. And this is where Homebois started it off, and this is where they managed to survive as well, regardless of how many teams are surrounding them. But that's just like a matter of minutes that they have to make the decision to get away from this area or try to go back and challenge these teams.
Yeah, I mean, mad respect to Homebois for this matchup because they were not facing off against small squads. I mean, well, first of all, there are no small squads in FFWS SEA, but they are technically the bottom feeders, right? There's nobody who's performing worse than them in the overall grand scheme of things. They faced off against EVOS Divine. They survived that. Falcons couldn't take them down. They hit those revives in the nick of time, got into that final circle, only 4 eliminations in hand. And this was that play by Butterfly. You know, it's not a well-abused shotgun within the games at this moment in the current meta, but the M1014 can sustain your battle out there if you have got decent enough aim. And he was technically out in the open as he took those shots. So great stuff from him, single-handedly.
Definitely. I love the approach for Heavy as well. They are the ones being targeted by Homebois earlier, and then Stalwart Esports on the other side. It might have been the other way around, and that might make Heavy secure that booyah a little bit easier. But no, they fought against Homebois first, found a good position to take down Stalwart Esports, and managed to survive a little bit longer with, if I'm not mistaken, 3 men strong before the final battle, and that is just something else.
Yeah, Homebois is technically 1 tournament away from the top 12. Yes, they are 1 tournament away. They are 172 points behind the team that's currently in the 12th spot. So it is virtually impossible for them to break through the top 12. But as long as they make the best use of this opportunity against these top flight teams to have these skirmishes, make sure they make the best out of each and every single one of these opportunities in terms of learning from these battles, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a much stronger side of them in the future. And I think today is a great start, right? They've already performed better than Expand. This is a team that we've missed for a long, long time within the Malaysian region in terms of performance. And finally, with them making this comeback, initially, Butterfly was just the MVP for those revives.
Right.
But now he's sick and tired of bringing his team members back. He's like, I'm just going to get the job done myself. I'm going to focus on the eliminations instead.
Yeah, definitely. And well, let's see on how the focus will be right now for the teams. The Booyah Takers will be interviewed in a moment. I'd love to see what's on their mind right now. So let's bring it to them.
Hello everybody! Welcome back to our Vietnamese interview after the match. Right next to me is Heavy Văn Thành. And then let's say hello to the audience.
Chào các bạn khán giả.
Hôm nay thì lâu lắm rồi mình mới quay lại phỏng vấn á, thì không biết là Văn Thành có thấy ngợp không ạ?
Hơi ngợp tí ạ.
It's been a long time since Văn Thành appears here with me and he feels a little bit stressful, but I think he's okay. Let's moving on to our first questions. What is your recipe that you guys can having a very good performance today? What you guys usually do? Không biết là sáng nay Văn Thành mình ăn cái gì mà bắn giỏi quá trời vậy ta? Bởi vì hôm nay Heavy đã có một cái trận đấu, 6 trận đấu, nhưng mà cá nhân mình thấy trận đấu nào cũng rất là cháy cả. Thì mọi người có bí quyết gì không?
Dạ không ạ, bọn em chết rồi đi cứu xong top 1.
Cái gì cơ?
Chết đi cứu xong top 1, không biết sao top 1 luôn.
We don't have any recipe. We just sleep, repeat, and that's how we achieve our booyah. Very cool of these guys, right? Next questions. I saw that at the end of the game, you guys were having a very rough time. That trying to sneak into the playground. It was very intense since Team Falcons and ST is all there. So since in the time you guys waiting, what are you guys doing during that time? Are you guys blaming each other or any kind of talking? Thì mình thấy là ở pha cuối cùng ở trong game, một cái pha bao rất là căng thẳng là bởi vì có STE cũng như là Team Falcon đã đứng đấy canh bo sẵn rồi. Thì trong cái lúc thời gian mà chờ đợi căng thẳng như vậy thì thường là mình sẽ giao tiếp như thế nào vậy ta? Không biết là anh em mình có cọc lên rồi mình gây hứng với nhau hay làm sao đó không? Hay là chỉ nhẹ nhàng đơn giản từ tốn bão ban nhau thôi?
Dạ không ạ, nhẹ nhàng thôi, cứ bo ở đâu thì đặt kéo vào đi ở đấy. Dạ.
Có chắc Văn Thành là nhẹ nhàng ở đây không?
Nhẹ nhàng.
No, we usually don't blame each other. We just sit down calmly and trying to tell everyone it's gonna be fine. Then they're just gonna rush into the playground. That is a very good attitude of them actually. And the third question is, usually viewers always said that you are the 90% power of the team and the rest of the team is the 10%. How do you feel about that? Thì bình thường á, tất cả mọi người thường hay nói rằng Văn Thanh chính là 90% sức mạnh của Heavy, còn mọi người chỉ là 10% thôi. Thì Văn Thanh cảm thấy như thế nào về câu nói này?
Không phải đâu. Cả team đều cùng nhau cố gắng, bạn người nào cũng là một người 25%, thành 100% chứ không có 90 đâu.
No, it's not like that. He feels like himself is just only 10%, but the rest, everybody is trying together is 90%. Wow, such a brother of the team, right? Then the last questions. After this match, the point that you guys have for the team is kind of afar with the safety ground in the back of the ranking. What is your goal in this tournament in the last day tomorrow? Thì mình thấy là bây giờ sau cái trận đấu này chúng ta đã có một cái con điểm cũng khá là ổn định rồi. Tuy nhiên để tiến tới một cái vị trí an toàn trong bảng xếp hạng thì mục tiêu của các bạn ngày hôm nay cũng như là ngày mai sẽ là như thế nào nhỉ?
Thì bọn em cố gắng bằng hết sức để lọt vào top 12.
We will try our best to achieve the 12th ranking. Why only 12th ranking anyway? But wait a little bit. This is the end of our interview. But since last time, all of the Thai team, especially Buriram, if I remember right, you guys have say hello to us. Then this time, Yunsul will teach Heavy Văn Thanh how to say hello in Thai, okay? Thì lần trước á là Buriram đã gửi lời chào đến các bạn tham gia Việt Nam cũng như là các đội tuyển bằng tiếng Việt rồi. Thì hôm nay mình sẽ dạy Văn Thanh một cách chào tiếng Thái nha. Đầu tiên là khi mà họ chào họ sẽ hay chắp tay như thế này. Chắp tay cái. Ok, mình sẽ chắp tay như thế này. Sawadi.
Sa na khi.
Sawadi.
Sa khoản đi.
Con trai á, thì sẽ nói crap, con gái thì sẽ nói kha. Cho nên là mấy bạn khán giả đã bắt được chưa thì hãy nói chung với tụi mình nha. Rồi lại, chắp tay lại. Sawadee kha.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Sawadee kha ทุกคน This is the end of our interview. Good night you all and see you guys tomorrow.
And there you have it. And hopefully that was just the beginning of Vietnam region's role in getting so much booyahs.
Yunsul just sent a skyless riptide rhythm towards me, and all of my glue walls just came crashing down. That's Sawadika. She's just way too cute, man. She just, best host in Free Fire.
Yeah.
Of all ages.
Hands down, definitely. And well, hopefully we get to see more of Vietnam and see more of Yunsul, as this is their chance. This is their beginning. Two booyahs are ready, and we have Heavy Kabi as our MVP for that match, I think.
Absolutely, man. And of course, first of all, when all of the Vietnamese boys are in the interview segment, they never ever look at the host. I think they don't want to get distracted. And with that said, it makes sense as to why Vietnam's not really performing at the level where they're performing. I think we need to have Yunsul sit outside the studio when the boys are playing. Jokes aside, Triple Tatsuya A124 dancing around the battlefield. You are definitely going to be dragging in the Ice Iron from Nairi out there as well to top your HPs back up. For Heavy, it's not about the heavy battles as well as the claim on the elimination points. It was all about that mad dash to get into that final circle, which they have been struggling throughout the whole day. But finally, they've managed to get it done with the final game in play just to overtake WAG to break through the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it might be unfortunate for their the team from the same region, which is WAG, to be pushed down, but the gap is not that much, and it's just that Heavy really needs to continue this on. Not only Heavy, but all the other teams after top 12 coming from Vietnam to be able to catch up, because we've seen God of Wolves trying to maintain their consistency in terms of placing number 2 in most of the matches that we've seen, and then this time around Heavy managed to grab a booyah for their team. So there's a little bit of light of hope for them. It's just a little bit more push that they need to move up into onto the leaderboard.
Look at this, man. Key players, 3 out of 4, all from Vietnam. For the glue walls destroyed, elimination by a grenade. Yanbin sneaks one away. Jonah with the heavy grenade usage, and of course Stop just sneaking in there with the total layout of glue walls. But of course, even all those glue walls could not save them from the onslaught of Vietnam this time around, as they scratch and claw their way up towards the top. Bison, the most used weapon to get those eliminations, followed by the Woodpecker and the M1887 once again makes its appearance.
I guess there's the close range engagement, or probably from the early parts of the battle, that really shows the M1887 in the elimination numbers. And then later on, that's where they were able to pull up the Trogon and the Bison as well as the Woodpecker. So it's just dependent on what is available in the early part of the game. And also with Revival, it is possible as well. It's the only thing available. But going into the game standings right now, 22 points for Heavy, not that bad, and this really has brought them crossing that top part of the top 12.
Yes, Stalwart picking up 20, Reverse Red with the 19, Falcon with the 18. All 3 of the Thai teams doing very well, and Homebois picking up 17 officially confirms that for the first time they have outdone Expand in terms of the day's performance. So good on them, but of course Expand will have one more day of play to outdo Homebois as well as Todak. Technically, they are the better team in the overall grand scheme of things with the overall points, but today's performance has been, beyond disappointing if you're a Malaysian fan.
Hopefully it continues on for Homebois, but not for Expand. So both of them just grow together and then move up onto that leaderboard. But speaking of leaderboard, this is it. By the end of day number 13, I guess some teams really were unlucky being pushed out, but some teams really turned this around. Luck is in their favor, and they've turned things to be able to be part of that blinking top 12.
And of course, one of them, mainly Heavy, RRQ, managed to make quite a bit of climb as well. And now pretty much a day's solid play away from overtaking Expand as well. EVOS Divine and Indostars have been scratching, clawing, gnawing away at Stalwart, but the decent enough performance from Stalwart, being the second team with the best performance today for a total of 89 points, has helped the Thai squad remain in the 4th spot. But this is not going to be a permanent spot for them, because clearly the Indonesians have the fire within them and they are looking to overtake for sure.
Yeah, and well, this is for Group A. I would say a little bit of rest happening tomorrow, and then they need to watch what will be happening for the next groups. Now, on the MVP leader, we still have Funa from Buriram United, and 6 MVPs overall, tied with Moshi coming from the same team, and then the team, the player that follows would be Wasana, also coming from Buriram United. So I guess they're just hugging that MVP leader. They can just be taking over the spot, the #1 spot, interchanging, but I don't think they will be pulled down that easily.
Looking at the fact that they have 19 Booyahs, and obviously they're going to be dominating the top of the board with the MVPs, but what I'm surprised about is the fact that we have a whole lineup of MVPs within Buriram United Esports, and they're not just being carried by one star player, right? That is very amazing for a top flight team.
Yeah, and that also contributes to how they managed to grab a lot of booyahs all throughout, especially last week. But we are going to end this day. I'm going to see you on the next time. Peace out.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?